And we're live. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Heavensfire Rekindled. I am, as always, your storyteller and dungeon mistress, forever DM, Essie or Aaron Spencer. My pronouns are she, her, and I am here with a lovely, beautiful new cast today. 3 returning cast members from Heavensfire, the prologue, and two new members. So, Psychic Unicorns, Dice Dragons, and Queer Witches, welcome back to the official D&D X Tarot Card interactive system. We're going to go around the table and introduce our recurring and our new players.
I go by Garnet. I go by Garnet and I go by Ashton. I am playing Amina Nazinga. She is an Eladrin, currently in her spring form. She is very young and very excited to go to Bard College. Our pronouns are she, they, depending on the season for both of us, really. And we're just very excited to bring music and beauty to the world.
Awesome. Thank you, Garnet. And
Hi, I am Nikki. I'm also known as the Coyote Witch. She, her are my pronouns. I will be playing Mrs. Maple Goodberry. She is a very good bear, a bugbear, so she is giant, and she has very long arms, and that just means that she can hug more people at once. She is just, she can't wait to take care of all of these new little babies that she has been adventuring with. She really just wants to help. Whatever anybody needs, she's going to make sure everybody eats, everybody gets some sleep, everybody stays hydrated. And if anybody comes after her new little babies, she will kill them. So that's Mabel.
thank you,
She's
Nikki.
precious.
She is very precious. And we have a recurring player playing a new character. So, Avalon Willowbloom, #VO. Who are you playing tonight? Who are you? Who are your pronouns? And who are you going to be playing? And what are their pronouns?
Hello. Of course, I am Avalon. You've seen me a handful of times now. She, her, or they, them. And I am playing Willow, the half-elf artificer. She also uses she, her pronouns. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say at the moment, but that's my new character. She's an armor artificer, because who doesn't want to be Iron Man in a high fantasy world?
That's a good question. Who doesn't?
Yeah, lots of toys, lots of inventive problem solving, hopefully. Artificer, yay! Also,
Okay.
I'd like to apologize in advance for my southern accent.
It's totally fine. All right, and Rory of La RGB Vision. Who are you going to be? Who are you? Who are you going to be playing tonight? And tell us a little bit about yourself and about your recurring character.
I'm Rory of the RGB Vision. My pronouns are they, he, and I will be playing a key, a half-elf warlock with mysterious nature who tends to lurk around. And their pronouns are they, them.
Awesome. Thank you. And last but certainly not least, the lovely, wonderful, recurring, currently off camera just for tonight, we have from No Ordinary Heroes, Renee. So Renee, who are you? A little bit about yourself, and tell us a little bit about Harmony Knives, your pronouns and their pronouns.
Hi everyone, my name is Renee. My pronouns are she, her. As you heard briefly, I am the head leader of No Ordinary Heroes, a gaming channel. And I today will be playing Harmony Knives, half elf, half adjacent character who is just full of self-confidence and a soldier working for the Aer'ath to call currently. She has a lot of secrets. She's a secretive gal. Maybe we'll find them out. Who knows? Oh, pronouns she uses is she, her as well. So there you go.
Awesome. All right. Introductions aside, brand new overlay. Thanks to our art department, and thank you, Rory, for helping to put together the overlay, taking the lead on that. And also, Nikki, thank you for all the help that you did as well with our art department, for the two of you together, kind of bouncing off of each other between Stormwatch and Heavensfire. You're essentially our two new project leads, and Fancy Strawberry X as the sort of oversight. So thank you to both of you for kind of switching leads. I know sometimes the lead on different projects, I've been kind of blending everything together between the two streams. So thank you to both of you for taking the lead on basically whatever I need on any given week,
Whatever you need.
and depending on who's available. So thank you to both of
Figured it
you.
out.
Yes, yes. And also, one of our other partners, we have partners currently, the Guild of Ambiance, playing this haunting track in the background that has followed us through almost every campaign. It's the pre-stream introductory music, and it's haunting and lovely. So thank you to our partners there as well, and also to our lovely patrons, many of whom are in the chat. Of course, Jordan, Isabeth, Anna, Chi, aka Chi, and or Kat. We also have Allie and Ginny and Christy, and to all of our patrons, thank you so much for coming in to hang out, Nick as well. So thank you all. And if you're interested in participating directly without having to wait for the channel points, yeah, special shout outs as promised. You can check out our Patreon there. There's 4 different tiers. As low as $1, you can get a bunch of health drops and potions and things you can throw into the game, interact, guaranteed tarot card pulls in addition to the channel points. So go check that out as well if you're interested. Yes, maybe it will keep you alive. Our patrons are the beating heart of ESP D&D. We're a very small company and very humble, and humbled by the fact that we just did payroll. So thank y'all so much for supporting us from the very beginning for 5 years. And without further ado, let's give everyone the recap. The world of Vaeltherian, which you are about to enter, and the realm of Vaeltheria. I know y'all have heard this a couple times, but just for everyone else, we'll start from the beginning. The realm of Vaeltheria, a temperate continent of lush natural beauty, elvish citadels, human fortresses, and dwarven strongholds, lies before you. The Vaskratoria, or realm of the Queen, extends from Bastion's Hold, the center of the realm's military strength, located at the southeastern tip of the continent, where the Sire River meets the ocean, all the way to Frostfar, miles to the north, beyond the White Ridge Mountains, and even as far northwest on the continent, into the Savage Lands, deep in the Moriwood, at the borders of the ancient dwarven citadel of Barak Tal. In the center of the realm lies the beating heartland of grain and fresh water of the Vaskratoria. The humble towns of Vastoria, Brackenridge, Waterton, and Grainsville, appropriately named, provide most of the fruits and grains and, as mentioned, purified fresh water, as well as equine steeds, lumber, and other fine trade goods to the Vaskratoria, or the Crown, while the dwarven stronghold of Iron Bellows provides the realm with iron and steel. Further at the center of the realm lies the luminous Towers of Light, or the Adra Kalina, which translates to City of Lights in Elvish. This is the capital of the Vaskratoria and the seat of its 300-year reigning monarch, Queen Valeria. To the east, at the borders of the realm, nestled at the edge of the Aleutian Sea before melding into the Velas Ocean, lies the free and independent port city-state of Cassandros, City of Jewels. Cassandros is a safe haven of trade and commerce for all free people of Valerian. Its trade in jewels and gems makes it a vaunted and prestigious and very wealthy town. Kyrosian merchants from Phyros in the eastern continent of Karnos amidst the Kyrosian Empire, Eladrin from the great border forests of Aganon and the seat of the four houses of Eladris, Turtles from Tortosia, and alabaster dragonfolk from the frigid reaches of Ichtharos, among countless others, can be seen amongst the boisterous crowns of the shimmering city of Cassandros. Cassandros is also known as the center of progressive culture. The city itself is home to some of the finest restaurants, theaters, and libraries in all of Valerian, the name of the planet. Though the Queen's royal military maintains a reasonable presence in this free city on the fringes of its territory, the Glistening Shields Company has protected Cassandros itself for centuries, and has officially become its formal bulwark of military strength. Nestled in the northeastern corner of Vaeltheria, however, is a recently constructed Kyrosian Empire outpost, lined with walls of imposing, polished obsidian that come to form a sharp razor's edge, as well as strange technologies, foreign to all but the most knowledgeable of the Aer'ath Tikal, the Royal Dragon Keepers or Secret Service. The Kyrosian legionnaires stationed here claim to be on an outreach mission of research and diplomacy. The Queen, of course, has her reasonable doubts, and this unsanctioned, rapid development of a massive fortified outpost on her borders has become a pressing cause of great concern throughout the realm and within the Aradil Mar, the realm of Elvish nobility and the seat of the Elvish High Council. The Kyrosians themselves seem to have deliberately poised themselves by the ancient Arcassian Tower that looms over the inlet from a rocky island 2 miles off the coast. All Voskraturians who have tried to access this ancient tower from a long-lost empire, or its secrets, have either lost their lives in the attempt or returned changed by it. These haunted or cursed ancient ruins of the former Arcassian Empire are scattered throughout the planet itself, throughout Valerian, providing an alluring morsel for curious researchers and daring adventurers of all types. Though not all of these ruins have magical defenses that are active and primed like the Forbidden Tower, as previously mentioned, they are most certainly amongst the most dangerous places in Valerian. Beyond these deadly magical defenses, the depths of these ruins are home to deadly traps, unstable, decaying architecture, hideous monstrosities, overgrown insects, and sinister ancient evils of the great betrayer, Aer'ath, the former lieutenant of the fallen Titan, Satyr. And this is the realm within which we begin our adventure. After returning from an interesting foray into the catacombs below the ancient manor, known as Millicent Manor, among the island of Halivas, you had met with the commander of the Aer'ath Tikal, Darius Essex. For an inspiration, who would like to recap the story so far of the prologue and of your second mission?
Things happened.
We'll call it 2 floating inspirations to give out.
I feel like I could say that we had Mabel and Amina did before this happened.
Yeah, you know what? Let's do a recap from our returning cast for 1 DM inspiration, and then a second one to Nikki for the follow-up. So between the 3 of y'all, who wants to recap the prologue?
So, my memory's a little hazy on some things here. We went to Millicent Manor, met with the Lord of Millicent Manor, who
Lord
definitely has a
Arcturus.
name.
Lord
Thank you.
Arcturus, yes.
Lord Arcturus.
Who is an orc, likely from Kandros, who was taken in as a disciple of the former Mage-Lord of the manor, Henrique Huttlestone, and trained as a sorcerer's apprentice. Now, obviously, well honed, potentially with the powers of an archmage. Sort of a reclusive scholar, fond of ancient cryptic text related to a subject of divination magic and of portent seems to be his favorite subject of study.
Right, and he told the group then that we were essentially bound by fate. He had like a list of potential people that he thought would show up, and we were all supposed to like work together. We dove into the catacombs beneath his manor. Right? Like,
yes.
That's
so
where the catacombs are.
So
They're
the catacombs, yeah. For those watching on Twitch, you can see the manor is in the center of the island, which is only a 7-mile long island. So I'm also a big fan of point crawl maps, if you couldn't tell. So below the manor, in the ancient catacomb and the ancient mausoleums, right, of the former mage lords and of the former family members of Millicent Manor, the mausoleum descends into this network of about 2 miles worth, about 1.5 miles to 2 miles worth of catacomb tunnels that lead to the formerly the Duskfall Cemetery, recently renamed the Crestfall Cemetery, by the Voskatoria about a decade ago. So the tunnels go all the way under into the Crestfall Cemetery, which you can see on the map.
Right. When we were down there, we found the exact order of events is fuzzy, but I know we found like a coded cryptex of some kind that we have not yet dealt with. We also found down there a forge of mysterious purpose and dubious usefulness. We did find the person we were down there to get, magic user who had been driven mad by a book of vile darkness. We talked to him about his research and essentially convinced him that he wouldn't be going to jail. And
Lord von Schnibbelach the Third.
Yes. And we fought, or we were going to fight, it's like Undead King, right?
Yes. Who was defeated by y'all after a recon.
Yeah, but that was off screen.
Yes. But was defeated.
Yes. And then we came back up topside and, well, I say we, but Willow wasn't a part of any of that. Met with Darius at the fort and got debriefed.
Good enough. DM inspiration for you. Oh, go ahead.
No, that's fine. I was just going to say, and then we all met up together there through various circumstances. Willow was being detained for questioning because she knows a little too much about certain things. Not the first time she's heard that in her life, I'm sure. And yeah, we all met up, and I've essentially been loaned to Harmony because I want to get to the Arcassian ruins, and they don't want me mucking about on my own. So it's just been like, here, take this. It might be useful. Just throwing me at Harmony like I'm the Zelda sword. But yeah, that's pretty much where we are. We all went out and got coffee and hot chocolate and pastries. And that was where we ended last session, our session 0. So yeah, that's where we are. We're currently just hanging out, getting to know each other before we set out on our mission into the mountains.
Okay, DM inspiration for you. And for the second one, Nikki, go ahead and recap, sort of fill us in on our two new characters and how they kind of came to be a part of the Aer'ath to call irregulars.
Well, we're both from Karnos, correct? I sometimes get all the
Yes,
K
you're both from Karnos.
together. Okay. So we're both from Karnos. So we have met on an airship coming over here to this new continent, which neither of us have ever been to. But we met on the airship and immediately became friends, like within seconds. Because also, I just noticed we're both wearing flower crowns and yellow shirts. Like that shows you how close Amina and Mabel have gotten. Basically, they just introduced each other, themselves to each other, and then Mabel pulled out some baked goods that she had made before everybody else, the trip started, and made a picnic on the airship, and of course made cookies for the crew and had the crew all cookies. She loves to bake, so she makes everybody food, and gave some pastries and pasties to Amina and Khadij.
Khadija, yeah.
Khadijah. She's a pure black mink, and she follows me absolutely everywhere.
Mabel's in love with her, like just she had to pet her and hold her, and that was like the best thing ever. But then Amina started playing music, and Mabel, like, just Mabel loves Amina now. Like, Amina's her new daughter. She's already adopted her, and she's gonna make sure nobody hurts her. Yeah, Amina plays the most beautiful music. I don't know if you want to describe your gorgeous music and what happened when you got so into it.
When Amina was playing, Khadijah likes to perform with her and like play, and the two of them just got really into one of their favorite songs. There was a little bit of wind because we were on an airship, and Amina jump kicked and knocked Khadijah's bed right off the airship.
And I don't know if you guys know what bugbears look like, but bugbears have really abnormally long arms for their bodies. Mabel was able to, quickly use her extra long reach to grab it out of the air. And, now they feel pretty inseparable. Like, Mabel just wants to give all of the bear hugs to Amina and adopt her and make sure she gets into that really good music school. Like, she has no knowledge of any of this music school, but she knows she wants to do it, so she is going to support you. She can make sure you are loved and supported. And I think that's basically where we ended it. We're on the airship, and I'm sure that's exactly what happened up until we landed. Because we landed and went straight to
It wasn't an airship, it was an actual ship. There are airships in the it was an actual ship. Yeah. So there are airships in the Caressian Empire, but you took an actual ship known as the ship was called Destiny. And you took there are airships, but yes. These are dragon ships, which are in the Discord server in the Delicious Lore, I think. There's an image of the dragon ships that we use. So yes, so inspiration for you as well.
I saw an image of an airship, and that's why it was in my.
Oh, that's okay, totally fine. There's apparently some issue with Probot, so I have to stop and clear it, and I'm going to play it again with. Here's the song I want to because some weird copyright thing. So we got to do this instead. So these are our partners at ASK2. We'll use Natura. That's a good one too. So. Go check out our server partners, our second server partners, over at ASK2. You have traveled overland, over field, and through forest's edge, over rolling hill and fjording shallow river. As a 7-mile island, across its widest points, the trip from the eastern reaches of the town of Fairhaven, past Millicent Manor, through the rolling foothills, and into the Phoenix Mountains, has taken you about no more than 5 hours.
Wow.
By the time, 5.5 hours, By the time that you arrive at the foot of the Western Mountains, the Eastern Mountains, the Phoenix Mountains, the time is, I want to say, it was pretty early in the morning. So probably about 3:30 in the afternoon. Does that sound right?
Sure.
Just want to make sure I'm not skipping around too much.
Yeah, I feel like it was like breakfast time when we went and had coffee and stuff.
I think it was
So
like
see-
10 or something.
Yeah.
I assumed it was like
It was
midday.
definitely early morning.
Yeah, and the day of the debriefing was 37 Licuma. That was when you were all in the office. You had a long rest, and then you set out in the morning after that, correct?
Okay.
I
Okay. So it's the
believe.
next one.
Renee, does that
That
sound
makes
right? You're pretty good at keeping.
I think so.
Okay, so
Do not trust my memory, though.
with the celebration of Ocean Tide behind you, the day is 38 Licuma, and having some time to have breakfast, coffee, tea, check in, secure your things, and make the trek, stopping for regular water breaks. The island of Halivas itself being relatively secure. A few isolated pockets of goblin activity in the Wreathwood, but other than known activity of rebellion in the Ashen Forest, that has intensified as of late. The flooding there has put many military minds at ease. After a recent isolated tsunami washed across the better portion of the island, stopping just south of the town of Fairhaven, the ground still muddy from this tsunami that had hit about 3 or 4 days ago. Small compared to other natural disasters, but this one particularly self-contained and enough to cause a mess at the docks, of which the town of Fairhaven banded together to repair the damage, and is still doing so. You could hear the hammering and the shouting of workers from the docks, just as you had every day since you have been here. The ground again still slightly soggy in places, with pockets of fetid water still lingering in some of the lowlands. One thing of particular note that you all would have noticed upon your march to the east to the Phoenix Mountains was that you would have seen a particularly thick contingent of Voskratorian Marines and regulars stationed on dry land, as dry as they could ask for, poised to venture south into the Ashen Forest, forming almost a perimeter line across the outside of the forest. You know the area of the seas is relatively well traveled as well, as far as both merchant vessels, Kyrosian dragon ships on diplomatic missions, as well as the Voskratorian navy. After fully assembling, the presence of these soldiers is particularly intense today on the 38th day of Licuma. They appear to be gearing up for some kind of major military operation, but they also show no signs of a direct march. They seem to be just waiting patiently on the outskirts of the Akershorn River, facing the Ashen Forest to the south. As you continue forward through the rolling foothills, getting again to about 3:30 in the afternoon, through the eastern forests at the western edge of the Phoenix Mountains, that's what I meant to say. You finally reach the base of the mountains, and you can see what appears to be a recently formed fracture in the mountains itself that leads into a deep ravine, past which you can see into another open area of forest that continues on into a naturally occurring ravine there in the forest, or like a secondary ravine that opens up before you. That's where you find yourselves.
I'm sure Mabel has just been walking behind everybody slowly, like you're all a gaggle of children that she's making sure don't get left behind.
Yes, like, come on, children, come, type of
She
thing.
keeps counting 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, still got everybody. 1, 2, 3. Yep. I used to be a teacher. I know these things.
Amazing.
Harmony would definitely be taking point, almost leading the march into the mountains. You mentioned a recently formed fracture. Could she try and kneel down and see how recent this fracture was made?
Absolutely. Nature check at advantage.
Cool.
Because you're thinking, you remember collectively hearing that loud crack days ago from the east that kind of reverberated like an earthquake, but not, it didn't rumble and reverberate from below you. It just kind of had this, it was this small rumble and a cracking sound. So nature check at
When was that?
advantage. That was on the 34th day of Licuma. The first day of the holiday of
22.
Oceantide. Yeah, this most definitely seems to be right around the time just before the tsunami, the mini isolated tsunami that had caused your ship to almost capsize, but thanks to Darius Essex, the commander of the Dragon Keepers, and all of you, as well as Alessia von Macht, who is one of the archmages of the Aer'ath Tikal, you had formed a protective barrier, almost like an isolated bubble around the ship that had prevented you from completely crashing against the churning seas. And what happened just before the seas got real rough, you remember just hearing this echo. Being on the ship, Harmony, it would have been less intense to you as to those that were on the island, but you remember the sort of echo of like a cracking sound on the wind, and you remember people talking about this disturbance that the sound that originated from the Phoenix Mountains, and likely this was a result of whatever that first primary disturbance was, that tremor that occurred likely somewhere close underground here that caused
It's like a
the
domino
Phoenix
effect.
Mountains, to crack open in this way. And it's about a 20-foot wide gap, and it kind of narrows at the top, like it was kind of split open from the bottom. And as you kind of look in through a little bit, some pebbles are still falling from where it kind of comes to a point in this crevice that has formed naturally.
And so it's like kind of, does the crack seem to be like leading to the origins of where this thing happened, or is it just this crack appeared in the mountains from like underneath? I'm trying to like see if I can use the crack as a means of directing our journey.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It is. This wasn't here before, and it's opening up into this sort of interior, smaller ravine that was very hard to access before, or likely would have been hard to access before. With your over 20, you get that. You get that this is probably sort of like an isolated little valley on the inside that was not necessarily accessible or easily accessible by any means. The Phoenix Mountains are known for being particularly steep, and indeed you can see when you all reach the foot of the mountains to take your water break, your next water break, you would have seen it. The cliff faces are particularly sheer. These mountains almost come to a very steep point. It would be sort of like an expert challenge rating if you were kind of considering like a hiking trail.
Okay. Key.
Thank you, Isabeth. Hydrate or die straight.
Oh. He's grabbing the water. Let's go.
Everybody drink water.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I have tea.
Tea is good too. I'll take that.
Yes, Key, do you remember the tsunami? Were you here for that?
That was an event that I do not remember. It was just all wet, and I remember wet.
You would have heard the water rushing, and then the slight the crack reverberating from the east, and also that sort of horrible rushing sound and the waves churning in the water, and several dozens of crashes. And again, when you would have emerged, you would have seen the same thing that was described earlier, which was just the bay being a complete disaster, like wood and debris and detritus everywhere, and a bunch of sailors, despite it being ocean tide, just downtrodden, but using the holiday as an excuse to rally everyone together. That was part of the celebration, was bringing everyone together to celebrate ocean tide by helping to clear up the docks. And you would have definitely seen that upon your return to the town.
It was very wet.
Yes.
I'm sure it was. And Willow, you said that you had a device that could help us track this particular beacon in these mountains. Is that pointing in the same direction as the origins of this crack here?
That's a really good question. Can I we didn't talk at length about what this device might actually do, Aaron. Does it seem like going through this crack would be going towards the beacon?
So checking the device that you have made, it's kind of like a wrist device that you fashioned, and you kind of power it up and it starts to glow faintly, and you feel kind of this pull, and it starts to kind of thrum faster than it has before. And it kind of hones in on these magical, the essence of these magical sources. And when you were testing it before, the closer you got to a beacon, the faster that this magic would kind of flare up. It is a visual cue as well. It's like this flashing pale blue light, and it's a little bit quicker here. So this is the quickest that this tempo has pulsed. So likely you are heading in the right direction.
Okay. Yes. I think we are going in the right direction.
Okay, let's keep onwards. If Mabel and Amina, are you okay on the journey so far?
I'm good. I just want to make sure you're all, stay hydrated. If you need to stop for any reason, let me know. I've got anything that you could possibly want in this bag. She has like a giant bag on her back.
Nice.
Looks tiny on her, but would probably be giant on everybody else.
Amina probably, up until this point, had probably just been playing her viol, just very quietly or loudly, just kind of depending, just to kind of keep her mind focused. But knowing that they're getting closer to where they need to be, she's probably going to stop, but not put the instrument away just yet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Hell yeah.
Can Nikki ask something?
Absolutely. Y'all can ask whatever you want.
I would like to know what everybody looks like.
That is a great question.
Yes, we
So,
should have that.
you have this moment as you kind of, I'm assuming everyone kind of passes through this sort of newly opened formation, because inside, as you can see on the map, there's like this little sort of patch of forest. It's like sort of like a lost ancient grove type of thing. That makes sense? Yeah, so kind of passing through, relatively safe passage, kind of passing through, it gets dark, but then you emerge into this long forgotten, isolated, perfectly preserved grove. Birds chirp in cacophony louder than they ever have. You see these brilliant, beautiful large stags grazing that sort of pay you no mind whatsoever, as well as these frogs that hop up through little brooks as small streams trickle down from the mountains. And you have this moment in perfect sunlight where you can all breathe this air that is particularly invigorating, and you look around at all of your party members and kind of soak everyone in. So what does everyone look like?
Yeah, so Willow is, like I said before, a half-elf. She's about 5'2" when she's out of her armor. Probably closer to 5'4", 5'5" when everything's like on and activated, when her helmet's up and everything. She has really short, like very short, messy blonde hair that she clearly just doesn't put much time into. And huge, and just like large blue eyes. She also, it would be very obvious, she has a ton of like scars and other sorts of marks, mostly on the left side of her body, although there are some sort of scattered on her right as well. And her left arm is a prosthetic from the shoulder down. And she has it sort of attached to this like housing that is affixed to her torso with these clips that essentially hold it closed with tension on the top and the bottom, and her arm is attached to that. I should have written that up as block text. I didn't. Anyway, she wears this large pair of oval shaped goggles, and a blue sort of quilted padded what's the word, jumpsuit that is padding underneath her armor. It's heck. Oh, the armor. Right now she is wearing what she calls her hummingbird model. It's a set of scale mail that's made of like a dark, slightly iridescent metal. And when she has it activated, you can hear this really gentle hum, and her armor doesn't seem to make any noise as she moves with it. Almost as if the scales aren't actually touching each other. And every once in a while you see this sort of pulse of blue energy as the power that seems to keep the armor active has to sort of refresh and continue cycling. Yeah, and her left arm has a series of like attachments and wires and sort of various bits and bobs that you haven't seen her use yet, but you assume have some sort of purpose. Yeah.
Very cool. And also,
they're fucking complicated.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, very cool. Thank you for that. And also thank you, Lost Caravan RPG, for the raid. We are ESP D&D presents Heavensfire. This is the original tarot card X D&D 5e interactive system. So just for everyone coming in, everybody here is either queer and or a witch. And also we love TTRPGs, and our whole theme is queer witches playing TTRPGs across all of our games. So thank you for the raid. Welcome in siblings, future coven siblings. We also have all kinds of stuff going on our Discord. I'll throw that in there. But I want to let everyone know, for 850 channel points, just by sticking around, hanging out, vibing, watching, throwing up a tab in the background, as we like to say on Girls Run These Worlds, throw up a tab, cash in your channel points, come in and pull a tarot card. We have 2 fully realized 10 to 11 page PDFs, one for the Viking Oracle Tarot by Stacey DeMarco for our Kingdoms and Warfare game on Mondays. And we also have the Adventurer's Tarot, and I will link that one, from our friends at Weird Works LLC. So when we get a bunch like that, we'll put them in the queue, but we'll show you what's going on, because we do have, again, 2 fully realized PDF systems. So I'm gonna pull the first one. Very cool. And y'all are in trouble.
Uh-oh.
3 tarot cards. What's the
I think I made a
Okay.
mistake.
No.
Can I have my channel points back?
This is actually perfect. Okay. Whew.
The mountain gets up and walks away. We're good.
The mountain's a mimic?
Oh no!
I would love that, though.
I'ma just save that for later. Thank you.
Of course, no problem.
I know what I want to do, but I want to see what I have written down for this first one, because this is a bit of a doozy. So thank you so much. Yeah, Rory. Okay, Rory, I'm going to shuffle yours around. Rory, I'm going to put yours second in the queue.
Is it a house full of slimy cultists bad?
No, it's
or
no,
is
it's
it
not.
like 3 gods fighting over you on the beach bad? Just
Who
to
knows?
pick a couple of random examples.
Harmony was
Yeah,
kind
that
of into
too.
that, not gonna lie.
Of course
This
she was. It was
is
power.
Yes.
We went through a lot.
Leverage.
Paradise Flower Tree is I think a mutual of Renee, right?
That's me.
That's you.
That's
Okay.
me.
I am very, very excited about this one.
Avalon and I were just dying when we both did that.
Oh my gosh.
I've got
I have
like
a lot more written down
14,000
here.
channel points. I keep not
Okay.
using them for anything, so it's just been building.
All right, here we go. We're back in it now. We're back in it. I love this. So, okay. Who would like to roll a d4? Because this is not a benefit. This is an encounter. So who would like to roll the d4?
Okay.
Not me.
Do it. I'll do it.
Rory, okay, awesome.
Do it.
Show me
Already
Doing it for the team, Rory. Doing
That's
it for
a
the team.
2.
a d4. Okay,
That's a
all right.
2.
We're fighting mimics.
Oh.
Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic.
Okay. As you are, as you kind of catch a glimpse of everyone, we are all taking the time to look at each other. I want to say we're going to go through the rest of sort of character descriptions as to what your characters look like, and then I'm going to have y'all roll perception, and then we'll default to passes after. But who wants to? We're gonna come back to that as soon as we're done describing our characters. So describe your characters, those who have not done so yet, and then we'll see what you notice, kind of in the woods here, in the pine forest, this ancient grove. Wow, this fucking game, right? The gods are always fucking with us as witches. So carry on, y'all. Who wants to describe the character next?
I can go next.
All right.
So Amina is an Eladrin. She is currently in her spring form. So her skin is currently similarly colored to mine. She has a very large, tightly coiled afro and butterflies just all around her at all times. Some of them are like alighting in her hair. Some of them are just flying around her. They are just a constant when she is in her spring form. She is dressed in a really pretty lilac tailored suit that's got just those cute little like 3-buttoned corsets, like pirate coat with long tails, and like black pants with calf high boots with heels that are that would they're probably not conducive to walking around in the forest, but she's been doing it her whole life because she is like, at any point I could need to perform, so I need to be ready to go at all times. So she has just learned how to run, walk, jump, everything in these shoes, much like Wonder Woman. Khadijah is just resting across her shoulders currently because it's a very long walk, and forest animal or not, 5 hours worth of walking, not real great for a mink, so she's getting a ride. Yeah, she's just kind of hanging out, chilling in the forest. She's no stranger to it. One of her siblings is a druid, so she knows a little bit about forest magic, but she kind of left that because the music called her.
Awesome. Thank you, Amina.
I guess I'll go because I'm sure Mabel is probably right there next to Amina. Just wants to make sure nothing happens to this little baby that she now has. And probably has been, I don't know, petting or also carrying Khadijah for you at some point. But Mabel is very, very tall. She's a big bugbear. Can't really tell how tall she is because she's very like hunched. She's used to always having to like hunch over to talk to people because she's so tall. So it's kind of just like natural for her to walk like that. But even then, she's like 7 feet tall. So she rises up over the party. She has shortish brown shoulder length hair that's kind of curly. Some of it's in braids, but a lot of it is just like hanging down. And she currently has, because she just bought it at a shop back in town, a flower crown that looks like this one. And she feels very pretty in it, and you can kind of tell that she feels dainty as a bugbear can feel. She has some very faded markings that are on her face, like under her eye and her chin. that looks like some like older tattoos that she's had since she was a kid. She's older. You can see gray streaks in her hair. She's got some wrinkles on her face, so you can see that she has smiled a lot through her life. She is currently wearing, she came in wearing like those big skirts, right? Like she had lots of beautiful embroidered dress on with an apron and a bunch of skirts. She has changed out of that for this because that doesn't seem, conducive to the woods. And she is now wearing like brown deerskin pants that are very flowy and light on her. And then just like this really nice yellow shirt, kind of like a peasant shirt that she has embroidered herself that has little sunflowers on them and a lot of lace around the neck and stuff. So she's, despite being in the woods, she still has like her little pretty effects that are going. It doesn't look like she has any big weapons. She does have a dagger at her side, and then strapped to the lower back along with her pack is a giant frying pan that if we stopped for lunch, then you probably have all seen her cook because she uses that for everything. It's her favorite frying pan. And she makes sure like it's very well seasoned. You can tell that she's had it for a very long time. Other than that, she's got brown fur. She's brown fur all over the place. Bright green eyes that look a lot younger than the rest of her. Like she's just always curious about everything and wants to see what's out in this world. And her clothes are pretty baggy. You can't tell if she's muscular or if she's just kind of like a little chunky bugbear, but she looks powerful despite that. And then she's got like a big bag on her back that she carries everything in. And right now she's just like looking out over everything, but also continuously glancing to make sure everybody's still accounted for.
Kind of like constantly, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep. She's always counting, making sure that everybody's in front of her.
As a camp counselor, I've been there.
Yep.
Wait,
Love
6?
so much.
Yeah.
Why are there 6?
Wait a minute.
You have an extra one.
Lucian's like, uh-oh. All right. Speaking of Lucian, Key. Let's go to Key and then Harmony.
Sorry, my push to talk was trying to go through roll 20, so there's just a bunch of slashes in a row. He is a half-elf with just like pale lilac eyes and hair that in the sun just kind of, you can tell the different shades of the light blues and purples and pinks and just the sun glistening off of it. On their wrist is an ornate bracelet of sorts that holds an arcane focus. To their side is a shield. On their bag, in their bag, holding their bag down, is definitely outlines of books. You can just see books. And definitely just is walking through, like, you can tell like the chronic fatigue of this person just by looking at them, that they've been through like some shit, you know.
Big mood.
And Harmony, kind of stopping to assess your surroundings. What does Harmony look like? What is she currently wearing?
Harmony is a lithe, honed figure. She's not particularly athletic, but you can tell that she's incredibly. She has a dancer's body. She stands 6'2", with kind of long dark hair, that when the light hits it, reveals a deep shade of almost purple. Her skin is this kind of chocolate brown, and her eyes are a vibrant purple with almost reptilian like slits. And and across her body, almost like vitiligo, are these kind of scales that decorate her form. And it doesn't look like it's something that she's particularly ashamed of, but in fact wears incredibly proudly. She's wearing this kind of uniformed, what do you call it? Like a play suit. That's what we call it down in England. A play suit with this half jacket that covers one arm down to the wrist, with an exaggerated sleeve and a a thigh-lengthed cape that goes behind her. She has thigh-high boots, because of course she does.
Here for it.
With little kitten heels. And a bunch of buckles and straps around the thighs that are there to both be aesthetically pleasing but also hold weapons. You can see a few daggers are in there, but she doesn't seem to be particularly wearing any kind of armor or any kind of larger weapons that one in the military would use to defend themselves. You can tell just from her general dress sense and the way she holds herself that she likes to do things in a uniform manner, but also with tons of style. She did not skip out on that. But yeah, that's Harmony Knives.
Awesome. And as an Attack on Titan cosplayer, not a very good one, but as an Attack on Titan cosplayer, I can tell you, aesthetic straps, just for aesthetic strap sakes, is it's a whole ass mood, right? So
feels good.
We're here for it.
Thigh straps or garter belts or any of that with little daggers are god tier costume choices. We love them. We love them in this house.
Okay, so tarot cards. Thank you all for bearing with us during that. So, does anyone have a passive perception above 13? If you do, what is it?
15.
14.
Okay. And Willow, Harmony, Key?
Willow is smart, not wise. I know nothing.
I'm not wise.
13. That's all
Passive
I got.
of 10.
Passive of 11.
Okay, so I want to say, Amina and Mabel, kind of being new, not being from here, you're kind of looking around very attentively, kind of soaking everything in, and like sort of off in the distance, it's sort of like the path kind of winds, and you can see through the tree line, sort of like a very small lake, and this very, very small pond. And sort of off to the side, sort of in a strange angle, seems to be like this stone archway that has this little faint bit of light kind of emanating from it that looks like sort of ripples of water, kind of like a sheet of ripples of water that is like kind of standing flat upright on the inside of this stone archway.
I can see it because I'm tall. I will point that out by just, oh, it's so beautiful here. Can you smell that? It smells like trees and it smells like water. And I kind of push myself up on my tiptoes and I'm like, there's water over here. There's like an arch. We should go look at it. Or not. Everybody just do what you need to do. I am here to support you.
How far is it from us?
Probably from where you currently are, probably a few hundred feet. So it's kind of like a matter of walking, kind of winding down sort of, and this particular area seems to be, the trees are almost perfectly spread out, making these natural paths for you to walk. There's no actual footpath, at least not to start. But as you kind of get closer, or if you would get closer, you notice just the start of sort of a small path that kind of, where the grass is kind of like pushed aside, that leads over towards that general area.
Now that Mabel has pointed it out, we see it, yeah?
Yes.
Now, I'm
Can
not
I?
saying that we don't go look at it, but also I've seen many, many Fey traps that look just like this back home.
Okay,
Reminded of that one TikTok sound. That's
Amina.
that is so obviously a Fey trap. I'm gonna go touch it. No, that's how you get kidnapped.
Amina, make an Arcana check at advantage, please.
I was actually gonna also ask if I could sort of study it for a second, see if there are any like runes or markings, if
Yeah.
anything leaps out at me
So
by the structure.
right now you would have to. Right now you're still kind of. You're at a little bit closer to the start of the path. You can see the lake before you.
I got a nat 20.
Okay,
My very first roll.
Amina,
That's a good sign.
this is 100%. I got this weird light here. So okay, this is my favorite card, but this is 100% a Fey trap. Not necessarily a Fey trap. Knowing what you know, and again, I'll show it one more time for everybody. Again, Weirdworks LLC. There we go. The camera's a little weird with the light. Weirdworks LLC. This is the three of Fey. Go check out our friends at Weirdworks. They are amazing. They make amazing D&D themed tarot cards. So not necessarily, this is not a Fey trap, right? So the Fey trap is the meme. This is an actual fucking gate to the Feywild. This is, it's been undisturbed. So, and it looks like it hasn't been used for some time, but it's here.
Interesting. So with that Arcana check, can I feel? Does it feel like home? Is my question.
This particular gate, you would all have to get a little bit closer, but we'll continue the nat 20 if you all verbalize to kind of go to the lake, walk along the outside of the lake and get a little closer, the pond, sorry, and get a little closer to this gate. But from here,
Willow's absolutely doing that.
Okay, so Willow takes off first.
She's not like sprinting off, but she is getting closer and sort of studying everything along the way to see if there's anything that's remarkable in any way.
Omni would be doing the same alongside you. But
Everybody
keeping an
stay
eye
with
out.
her.
Okay, yeah. So Mabel kind of runs off after Willow, and I'm assuming Amina kind of walking a little closer, and Harmony and Key.
Yeah,
Any
kinda
other?
Keeping my eye out for trickster pixies and things like that.
Okay, yeah. So getting a little closer to this thing, it takes you about 5 minutes to actually get there, but you kind of get a little closer and you can see now this gate, and it does have these runes carved all alongside of it. So Willow, you can make that Arcana check. Nothing seems to, with your passives and your military mindedness, Harmony, there doesn't seem to be any inherent danger or anything lurking in the shadows. Same thing with, for everybody else. Nothing really jumps out at you. But Amina, as you get a little closer and Willow starts immediately like, fascinating, like full entrapta, kind of looking at the different runes and everything that are alongside, etched along the stones. There is a symbol. It's sort of like a 4 points, and it has this sort of secondary star on the inside of it, and you recognize this with your nat 20 as an entrance to one of the glades of pixies.
See, I knew it.
Yep.
As a
knew there were
player, I want
pixies.
nothing more than to go sprinting through this gate.
Fairies and or pixies. So they are as a race, the fairies and pixies are very they tend to be very curious and very full of life and personality, but they, like many creatures of the Fae, they will not hesitate to immediately try to take advantage of a stranger and try to make a Fae deal with them. 100%. They're very friendly. They tend to be very friendly and forward, but it's that forwardness and their size that makes them particularly dangerous, because it's very easy. And with your nat 20, I'm giving you this. It's very easy for someone to be like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Yes, I'll take whatever you're giving me. And not even to accept a gift.
Yeah, no.
Right, so.
I'm not saying don't touch anything, but I'm also definitely saying don't touch anything. And if anyone in the vicinity were to appear, be very, very careful how you answer any questions. We don't want you to suddenly disappear or forget who you are.
Willow, who had sort of, I got a 13 on that Arcana check, by the way. Willow, who was sort of like crouched down, studying the runes, not touching anything, but just like studying them up close, looks up, stands up. I'm sorry, what was that?
As you crouch down, your kind of hands moving through the grass, you see this almost like the size of a little bit smaller than a baseball. This little, very intricately carved basket. And inside of the basket is this stack of perfectly freshly picked raspberries.
Oh no. Don't touch those. Don't
Do
put
the
those
rest
out.
do the
You're
rest
like,
of us see?
No, Willow just kind of, as it's something that you can only find by like moving around and kneeling down in the grass. There's this little basket of little basket of berries. Somebody clip that.
You know you want to.
Screams an artificer.
I do so bad.
You know you want to. So
High and low whiz,
Yeah,
baby.
and I mean, if you were so involved in what you were doing that you didn't hear my warning, then I don't know.
I feel like we could derail the entire campaign right now and go through this gate and not ever come back.
100%.
Mess with Essie's entire
So-
plan.
Here's my thinking. She is okay. Average whiz. It's a 10, I think. But she's extensively trained in the use of magic items. A lot of the time, those are fucked up, and you cannot actually touch them unless you want bad things to happen. So, like, I imagine that she would be aware of that and knowledgeable of the fact that, like, magic is not something to fuck with. So even though she didn't hear the warning, I don't think she's gonna go all willy-nilly touching everything.
Hold on, I
That
have
being
the.
said, it's a tiny basket of raspberries. It doesn't look like a magic item.
Yes, tiny basket of raspberries. Just wait
She-
until I do the I trade you your bones for this.
She does pick up the tiny basket of strawberries and like stands up. She's like holding it between her two fingers. Look what I found in the grass.
Put it
What was that?
back.
Can you put it back?
The raspberries are slightly smaller than normal raspberries, yes.
Yeah, can you put it back?
Just a little bit, just slightly.
Why?
Don't put that in your mouth.
They
put
they
that-
look
we
delicious. They're
definitely
almost like
shouldn't eat
shimmering.
them.
They're like
She did
shimmering.
She did not eat any. She's just confused why these are so dangerous.
They're not an offering. I can guarantee that they're not an offering. These are oh, what is a non-insulty way to describe this? It's a prank. It's a prank. We're gonna say that. And you should probably
Prank
put
from
them back.
whom?
That's my
I love that. I love
question.
Harmony being like, "What are you talking about?"
Okay, so gates and archways like this are not common, but not uncommon back in my town near my village. And as a young, which is, kind of a silly word to use for someone who's my age, with my species, with my race, but when we're itty bitty, we are taught to stay away from things that look like this and not to touch anything because pixies and fairies like to play jokes. Sometimes those jokes make you disappear forever.
Oh.
That's-
Highly
that
recommend that if
sounds
you don't
fun.
wish to disappear, you don't touch or eat that.
No.
Yeah, I'm
How
not
about
interested in
if-
disappearing.
What if
She'll
I
just-
am interested in disappearing? How does one go about doing that?
What crimes
Ooh.
have you committed, Key?
Obviously, arson.
Oh my, not again.
In fairness, you were pardoned for the arson.
True.
You are not currently a criminal for that. Whether or not you're a criminal for anything else is backstory and between you and the DM. But you're not currently a criminal for the arson.
If you are looking for a way to indefinitely disappear. Eating the raspberries is definitely one way to go, but I don't know what's going to happen if you do. Because, like I said, we were always taught to just stay far, far away from things like this.
I believe my father would not be pleased if I did that, which makes me want to, but at the same time, I would rather not see him pop up. Today
Nothing's-
is not.
Nothing says "fuck you, Dad" like running away to the Fey realm.
So, if you were to feed this to someone else, would they disappear?
You know?
Harmony's like,
How can
How
I
can I
weaponize
weaponize
this? Yeah, Jinx!
That is a wonderful question, but I'm honestly not sure.
is this a basket of good berries?
Thank you.
I'm curious to know.
Interesting.
Is this a basket of good
Try
berries?
one.
Oh, God.
I want to so bad.
If I were any other
Nope.
of my characters, this would not go well. For once, I'm playing somebody responsible.
I love that D&D TikTok has made encounters like this so intense. Where all of you are like, oh my god, the raspberries.
To be honest,
Uh,
it's just genre savvy.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
what D&D is like. I run shit.
yeah.
I mean, if you're really, really interested, I can do detect magic as a ritual spell, but it's going to take me 10 minutes.
No, we got work to do. I'll just put it down. She'll
Well,
put it back
but
where she found it in the
I
in the
feel
grass.
that we found something that we don't normally stumble upon. Perhaps it would be good to conduct some experiments. You could call it that. You just put your results down on paper and there you go. It's an experiment. It's for science.
Oh,
Is this
you
what we're
do
here
know how to
after?
you do know how to tempt a girl. You said science.
Okay, wait. Why don't we just put these in a bag, take them with us, and we will experiment once we are back in town where things might be a little more contained.
No.
How is that different from eating them? I mean, we're still taking them.
We'll just put them in a bag. We're not going to eat them.
Amina Willow has a good point.
I just I really feel like
What if I took them, but I left something else here? Like
an
like an
equal
exchange.
trade.
Could I do that?
I mean, yes. However, it also depends on which creature left it, and if they feel like what you left is in fact an equal exchange. Because this is a basket of raspberries that may or may not be magical. If you leave something that is perhaps mechanical, what's a fairy going to do with, a machine?
Well, I have some scones. I baked some scones earlier today. Do you think they would like that if I put some in?
Tempting.
Mabel takes her giant bag off and opens it and starts rummaging through it and pulling stuff out to get to her food bag that's in there.
Mhm.
And it's like Mary Poppins' bag. It is not magical at all. She just has a ton of stuff. So she's got tons of bags and other bags inside this one bag, and she
Oh, we do love a sack.
pulls out a little picnic basket and then opens it and starts putting some scones into a handkerchief to leave it on the ground.
While she's
Okay,
doing
okay.
that, I would also like to use magical tinkering, and I'll print it in the Roll20 chat in a second. Willow pulls out a small device from her bag. There's a little turnkey on it, and two sort of little feet. And she fiddles with a sort of like a switch on it, turns the key a whole bunch, and puts it down on the ground. And it sort of walks around in a circle, quacking like a duck.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a
so
toy.
It'll
It'll last pretty much
actually
forever.
quite adorable.
That is
It'll
very
last pretty
cute.
much forever. All they have to do is turn that little key and it'll keep going. I don't know. Maybe they'll like it.
Okay.
I think that's so cute.
So you both are putting these things down.
I am, yes.
Willow, make a persuasion check at disadvantage. Mabel, you can make a persuasion check.
Rolled a 17 and an 18.
You said Mabel make one?
Yep.
Just straight?
Just a regular persuasion.
As a total of 19
wait,
for
that's
me
not
with
what I'm doing.
disadvantage.
Okay.
What is that?
All right, that's pretty good.
What is 10?
10. Okay. Carry on.
Oh boy.
That didn't sound great.
Amina is going
Only
to take a
I-
few steps back and kneel down and, just very gracefully just be like, okay, my new friends are grateful for raspberries and are leaving these in exchange. And hopefully these will be good enough. And you won't follow us. And then she's going to get up and she's going to kind of and walk away.
Okay.
Mabel
Sounds
will
hot,
have
sounds
followed
hot.
your lead and got down on her knees too. And as she was presenting the scones to where that spot was, she'll be like, I made these myself with lots of berries and lots of love, and I hope you enjoy them. And then also stands up and follows Amina.
Okay.
Harmony just walks away.
Key is right beside Harmony. Just
Yeah. I didn't touch nothing.
my hands are clean of this.
It's just like, I don't know these particular Fae, and if I do, I don't know that I know them, so...
This gives me so much material to work with.
And I can't wait. Willow also, she takes the thing of raspberries and just sort of like wraps the basket in just a piece of cloth, nothing too crazy, just to keep them all together.
Okay.
And then adds it to her bag of holding. Her bag is one of those drawstring bags that you would see at like schools, like you pull the strings and the drawstring turns into the straps.
Yep.
So it's
Nice.
it's like a college kid backpack. Like it holds whatever, and she doesn't have to worry about weight, so she just rolls with it.
I
Definitely
cannot.
over instant ramen in there.
I
So much.
absolutely cannot wait until y'all take a long rest. That's all I'll say. I am so excited for the next time y'all take a long rest.
Do you have an idea how
Pardon?
hard I wanted to go through that gate?
I'm
Do you have an
scared.
idea?
That being said, as you all stand up to continue your journey, you start walking and you hear like a thump. And Mabel, something hard hits the back of your head.
I very slowly turn with a stern look on my face, like a teacher.
Okay.
Be like, who did that?
You turn and you're like, what the heck? And you turn and there is a scone by your feet.
I will look up to where it was and see if I see anything. And even if I don't, I will glare sternly and say, that was not nice, and that was given with much love.
Also, the duck is gone.
Maybe you should not be so rude. Huh?
The duck is gone.
Oh.
There's no sign of it.
I'm glad you like the duck. And I'll turn around. Keep walking. But not before picking up the scone and making sure it was fine, and then...
It's a little dirty. But you
I
can
don't
just,
roll.
dust it off.
Just dust it off and put it in my mouth.
Yeah, the dirt adds spice. Don't worry about it.
It's fine.
I cannot wait. Oh. Okay.
And we still have 2 more
Teaser.
tarot cards.
Teaser. Don't fall asleep. Don't fall asleep. In the Yoda voice.
Hey, do you think we'll
Fantastic.
hit level 4 before we fall asleep?
Just-
All right, so
We don't make it out of this. This is just going to be a one-shot because...
right.
I'm
So-
just saying.
Episode 1, and we're already doing some shit with Faye.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I do have a character already set up that's a satyr from the Feywild, and she's a monk.
Oh,
Just
that's
saying.
cool.
Very nice.
Well, Mabel has been in development for 3 years, so please don't make me roll her right away.
If I do die, I
want
will
her.
be bringing my sentient patch of grass.
Oh my
Yes.
gosh.
Stopping me.
Okay, that idea has been so good. I want it. Want it to
So
happen.
for the next tarot card, everybody roll a d20, please, and put your results in the chat.
What are we doing?
Everybody roll just a regular d20, and once you have rolled and determined the result, please type it in the Roll20 chat so I can see
Yeah.
your results.
That was loud.
I just remembered I still haven't changed my profile.
This
picture on
is
in
the
Roll20.
next card was pulled face up, so it is a boon. Okay. Uno más from Garnet.
I'm sorry, am I putting this in the Roll20 chat?
In the Roll20 chat, yep.
Okay.
17's the contender right now.
So I'm keeping this die forever because it gave me another nat 20.
Ooh, wow,
Always
okay.
use
Like I don't know what it is about this color, but this is I have not used this die before, but apparently it loves me and I'm keeping it forever. And I'm gonna say that, and then my next 3 rolls are all gonna be nat ones.
Okay,
Yep.
I get to have a little I get to have a little preview of this. This is
Oh,
this is
no.
great. This is great. Okay, all right. As you're walking, you continue towards the far end of this ravine, and you hear kind of from another few minutes or so, Amina, you hear a psst.
Hello?
Up here.
Hello?
In the tree.
Hello?
You kind of stop, and there's a tree branch right above you, and you look up, and you can see staring down at you from the tree branch is the mechanical duck. And it just stares at you, and it just, the mouth is like, bop, 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 and it says,
Oh my god.
you, I like. You remind me of home. And you're familiar.
You remind me of home.
You know what? You could teach them a thing or two about manners. In the meantime, why don't you go ahead and just take the blessing of the Fey Court on the house for a sibling. And you kind of stop for a second, and when you look back, it's gone. And you gain a free, no strings attached, a bless that will last you until used. It is the blessing of the Fey Court of Pixies. So you have the blessing of the Fey Court of Pixies. Write this down. It's gonna give you a D12 to add to your next roll. However, you have a 30% chance of triggering a ripple of chaos, which will cause you to roll on the wild magic table when you use it.
I cannot wait for this.
But it is
This is gonna be amazing.
it is a D12 to add to an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw. A D12 attack roll, ability check, saving throw. But if you use it, you roll percentile, and if it is, I'm gonna say 35 or lower, you roll on the chaos table, the wild magic table.
I kind of want you to roll low.
I do too. I'm hoping for like a 20.
Well, hopefully I won't need to roll any of those things anytime soon.
Fireball centered on self. Fuck.
I don't know. The way this campaign has started.
I think we're doing great.
Okay. That was the... I'm also... Second highest roll was Mabel.
Yes.
We'll come back to that in a second.
Uh-oh.
So, also, I was tabbed over. Thank you for all of the new follows. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. It's much love. Okay, so continuing on, you traverse, I assume. Does anybody want to stop and do anything, investigate anything in particular as you continue towards the far end of this ravine? The signal is getting stronger and stronger, by the way, Willow, as you get further and further to the farthest portion of this sort of natural grove, this secluded grove that has now been opened. It seems to be leading you towards one of the mountains, sort of at the apex of the far side of this grove.
I mean, Mabel, I think, will continue to bring up the rear, and mostly looking up at the sky because it's pretty, but also, continuously counting.
As they're... Sorry, I cut someone off, I think.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
As they're walking, Willow will sort of come up beside Harmony. I'm sorry, did I hear right back there? Your name is Knives?
Yes. Harmony Knives. Why?
Are you... I'm sorry, you probably get asked this a lot if it's... Are you related to Major General Knives?
Yes. I am. He was
that's
my
so cool.
stepfather.
Really? That's so cool. Sorry, I mean, word gets around, of course, and I've heard a little bit about him. I didn't know he had a daughter. That's so cool.
Yes, he was a private man. He liked to keep things to himself.
I've heard that he's an absolute badass.
He was. I'm hoping that my skills... Well, I'm hoping that I can prove to him that he trained me well.
I mean, I haven't seen you work yet, but you look very impressive.
Do you want
Scales
to
are
see
really
me
cool.
work?
Kinda.
You seem a little nervous.
She is blushing furiously.
Oh, we love it.
Um,
Should we get into any trouble up here? You'll see.
okay. She does not know how to respond. Your girl is lost.
Pick your jaw up and let's keep moving, yes?
Key's just behind
Right,
them.
of course.
Key's just behind them, like,
All right, as you continue forward through this beautiful, and again, there are birds and eagles and hawks soaring overhead. You can hear the bird of eagles flying and soaring around, circling, and you can see just dozens of nests of winged predators, and these stags just continue to wander and roam in these beautiful, beautiful vistas, like this little pocket of nature just been completely untouched by explorers or excavators or lumberers or anything of that nature. Just, it's perfectly preserved natural habitats. And after about just a half an hour or so of traversing the inside of this ravine, you finally arrive at the far side of this natural pocket of natural beauty, and you come to a secondary crack in the farthest mountain, again on these very sheer cliff faces, and this one seems to lead into a darker caravan, the very end of which you can just see a faint pale blue light flickering. It is narrow to the point where only one of you can squeeze in at a time, so it's single file going into this crack. Mabel, you stub your toe on something, and as you look down, you can see there is this ornately carved stone statuette, like almost like a stone block rune at your feet. And it has these intricate carvings of natural wreaths that are kind of carved around it in lattice work. And on each side of this statuette, there is, in between these sort of wreaths and these writhing sort of natural carvings of sort of latticed vegetation. On each corner of the stone, there is what appears to be a sort of a gnarled root staff with a gem on the top of it. It's a carving, right? It's a carving of this gnarled root staff with a gem all carved into the stone, not colored or painted. And then also there are these, in back of it is this almost like this Celtic circle, right? That has sort of interconnected patterns, these circular concentric circles that get smaller as it kind of winds towards the beginning. And there are also these sort of similar symbols with these interconnected circles, these decreasing concentric circles, and sort of the infinity symbol that are kind of also below the staff. So the staff, like at the base of the staff, has that sort of infinity symbol with these kind of carved, and in the infinity symbol, they're more sort of sporadic, almost like a maze, like a hedge maze, imperfect, right, in ways on the inside of each of these symbols of infinity. And this kind of wraps around every side of this stone. It's a little heavy, probably about 5 pounds. But...
Okay. I'm gonna pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
And 5 pounds is nothing to me.
Okay. Yeah, it's,
pick it up.
You know, very easy.
Amina.
Yeah?
Look what I found. Do you know what this means? I show it to you.
Are either of you proficient in religion? Let's start there.
Ooh, no.
Am I? But no.
Okay.
I'm not.
Both of you can make a religion check, or one of you can make it at advantage.
I am.
You found it, so I'm going to let you make it at advantage.
Okay, cool. So you both take a second to look at it, but I'll say, Amina, you don't immediately recognize it. At least being from...
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
19.
But I will say, Amina, it looks a little it looks familiar. But being an Eladrin with more of a connection to the Fey than other religious deities, it wouldn't be, you're like, it's kind of one of those things where you're like, oh, it's on the tip of my tongue type of thing.
Right.
Because symbolism can be obscure sometimes. That's the only reason. So I would say for Mabel, 19, this is absolutely some kind of a rune statuette of Fravinia, the Wild Mother.
Oh.
Of course.
And then you're like, yeah. Whereas you have Fey courts, and in each Fey court there is sort of a matron or a patron, that sort of a thing. And that is more kind of, it's sort of like a pantheon of mythos within the four houses of Eladris. And the Wild Mother is definitely well regarded as one of the sort of guiding deities, but as an Eladrin, you definitely have more of a connection to the Fey courts then. But I would say it's one of those things where you're like, yeah, absolutely. The symbols seem to be very ancient, and some of them, when you're really getting close to it, you're like, yeah, okay, that makes a lot more sense now.
This is a fantastic find. I would definitely hold on to it.
Okay. Yeah, it was on the ground and I tripped because I was looking up, and it's really pretty.
Well, there's a reason you found it, so definitely take care of it.
I will. Thank you, Amina. I put it in I have a little pouch that hangs off of my belt that I put it in.
Okay, just gonna drop it in the pouch. All right, now the rest of you come to rest outside, comes to stand outside of this secondary crack in the mountain itself, which leads into, again, this recently opened cavern, inside of which you can see a secondary chamber, which is open to sunlight above, which makes sense. Like, okay, access is somewhere from above, but it's kind of like a natural sort of divot in the mountain, which then continues further back into the mountain itself. Kind of like a little courtyard, almost, that is open to the sky, but was blocked off by stone, recently opened, and you can see inside, down about 120 feet or so.
Sorry, could you repeat that last part?
Yep. So there's this this crack in the cliff face wall before you that kind of, again, these are very sheer mountains. The cliff face goes up and kind of leans back, forming this very sheer mountain. And in the base of this, right sort of in the corner, so if I move your tokens a little bit closer here, it would be like right around this area, Harmony, if I just move you a little bit closer.
Okay.
And it goes about 80 to 120 feet in or so, roughly, and you can only go single file into it, and it seems to be a recently opened crack that leads into a natural courtyard within which you can see a faint a courtyard of stone, right? So it's kind of like there was a courtyard carved into the exterior face of the mountain that was only visible or accessible from above. And then beyond this little courtyard is the actual body of the mountain itself.
Okay. Should we head in? Is this the direction that the beacon is showing on your radar?
I'm assuming it is.
I think,
DM?
yeah, I think of a statue that has a religious statuette that has like a little cup for offerings, like a little recession that kind of sticks out. Think of like that as a courtyard, and the statue would be the mountain. But that little sort of like recession and then statue, right? That little recession was like blocked off by the stone. So the stone, now that it's opened, you can access that little recession.
Okay, so we have to go through the recession.
You have to go through the crevice to get into the recession, which is the courtyard.
Okay.
Yep.
Seems to be the way to go, yeah.
Does it
Single file.
seem particularly dark, or just...
It's dark in the recently opened crack in the mountain, but once you would get to the other side, that's where you would enter sort of that little courtyard that is open from above. And in that little courtyard that's open from above, that if you were to run to the end of that courtyard and touch the wall, you'd be touching the base of the mountain itself.
Okay.
Yep. So and that's where that faint thrum of light is coming from.
Right.
Do we know if that faint thrum of light is the beacon?
Not entirely. But I presume if we get closer, we can investigate in a little more detail.
As far as I can tell, it is the beacon, but it's... I mean, I don't want to say it's more art than science, but like it kind of is. The Arcassian stuff is not easy to work with nowadays. For now, I think this is what we need to do.
Harmony will begin leading the group in, and we'll keep her eye out, just for anything that seems, like suspicious.
Okay. All right. And your passive is 11, right?
My passive perception is 11.
Okay,
yeah.
Awesome. So as you're kind of moving through, go ahead and give me a perception check. As you're kind of keeping an active perception check, as you're kind of keeping an eye out, but moving through the cavern.
That's a 2.
I'm definitely going to make sure that I'm last in case I get stuck.
A 3.
A
I have a
3.
+1.
Okay, all right. So Mabel in back and Harmony in front. The recently formed fissure in the exterior wall of the mountain leads into a narrow, dark crevice. Winding your way through this narrow passage, light breaks through at the far end of the path and shines down upon a circular, open courtyard of otherwise unremarkable granite. cut into the stone at the far edge of the courtyard is an ornate stone archway. Ancient, unfamiliar text is expertly carved into the stone, and at the apex, there lies a very prominent inscription upon the keystone. The keystone itself, at the center, there is an additional carving of what appears to be 9 stars, with the largest star at the midpoint of the keystone, as this is a massive arch. The archway...
9?
9, yes. The archway itself then leads into a large secondary chamber, about 30 feet in distance from the arch itself. Near the edge of the far wall, inside the secondary chamber, lies a faintly glowing sphere atop an antiquated stone dais. Pale blue mists swirl inside of the sphere itself, and it seems to pulsate and thrum with a magical energy that reverberates through the cavern with a dull vroom, vroom, vroom. Let me go ahead and switch maps.
Oh boy.
This is
Oh
fine.
boy.
Here we go.
It's fine.
Mountain is a mimic. I'm calling it now.
Should have just
Don't
gone through
be
the
a
Fey
mimic,
Gate.
don't
We're
be
already
a-
inside it though.
be a mimic,
Yeah,
don't
exactly. We have to
be a
fight our way
mimic.
out.
It's a lanternfish, and that's what this color is. We're following it right into its mouth.
I would love that. That'd be so cool.
The fairies were trying to warn us.
So,
Come this way, we have berries and tea.
coming into the courtyard is where you see that in the face of the mountain, there is this archway, right? And on the archway, you come into the first courtyard, and you can see on the archway, again, this leading into the mountain, and this keystone with these intricately carved runes in what appears to be an ancient form of language similar to ancient Elvish. Does anyone speak Celestial?
I don't, but I have comprehend languages.
Ooh.
That
I
went
was
well
about to
last
say-
time.
I was about to say the same thing. I also have comprehend languages.
Okay, yeah. So who wants to use their comprehend languages?
I don't mind, but if
After
you want to,
honestly, you go for it.
because
After
wait,
you.
hold on, you weren't there for the last time this happened. So we found
Oh.
the obelisk on the island, and I used comprehend languages and passed out on the floor. 'Cause
Oh,
some entity was like, "Hey, what's up? You woke me up."
That was one of the entities that was fighting over harmony on the beach in
That's
the
not so
one
well.
episode.
I'll use comprehend languages. I'll do it as a ritual. So I'll spend 10 minutes. She'll spend 10 minutes just trying to command the spell, and a kind of arcane veil falls over her face. And as she looks at these ruins, it kind of highlights them and begins to rotate through a series of languages as she looks at them and piece together what they symbolize.
Okay. This again seems to be an ancient form of Celestial. And it reads, as you kind of take the time to comprehend it, and the Celestial you're slowly interpreting the meaning of this message that is carved across the top through the keystones, and it kind of goes through and over this, at the keystone, this sort of section of 9 stars. And it reads, "The heavens lay open before us. Let the keystone be our guide."
Mabel looks over at Key. Suspicious.
he just shakes their head.
Yeah, Harmony will recite that aloud and get possessed again.
Do I know what a keystone is in this context?
Yes, I think it's an artificer. So you would know the keystone is the stone that holds the archway together. It is the apex, the north node.
So I know what a keystone is physically. I mean, like, this magical keystone. What is it?
Oh,
No idea?
no
Is it
idea.
the thing that
Maybe it's the middle
Mabel
star.
picked up?
And it's as big as represented on the map. It's like 20 feet across.
So okay, so the
Big
keys,
glowing orb.
yeah, and then there is the orb as well as represented. And also there seems to be a what appears to be a pile of bones around
I was just gonna ask that.
the
I was like,
center.
"Are
Yeah.
these-"
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I see the bones now. In HD. All right.
Yes.
I didn't realize it was
That's dope.
bones.
That's a lot.
Yes.
I thought it was gravel.
Nope, didn't know it was bones. I'm not that zoomed in.
I zoomed in and I was like, oh wait, this is much more ominous than it was.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
yeah, that is. Oof, actually, what?
They,
Well,
they look
no
like
one is
they're-
saying it, so I'm just gonna say it. I don't like this place.
I pat you on the shoulder and I'm like, yeah, no, I agree, hun. I don't like this at all. I don't think there should be that many skeletons in one place.
There's a reason, probably, that many skeletons are in one place.
Do they all look
That's very
humanoid?
true.
They are mostly humanoid, some for at least from here.
Okay,
Difficult to really
Willow
tell
will-
from standing there though.
Willow will slowly approach. I'm not going to the orb. I'm just trying to look closer at the bones in the cavern and stuff. As I get closer, I'll and she's walking slowly so she can observe the entire cavern and like keep an eye out for, I don't know, traps or anything in this space.
Perception check.
Sure.
The bones at the very least seem to be old.
It's a 15.
15.
Do the bones all seem to be like around the same level of age and decay, or are there some that are like newer? They still have bits of meat and stuff on them, or
Always smell
I don't
them.
know how else to phrase that. I'm sorry. And I'm just wondering, like, does it seem like all of these people died at around the same time, or is it like, every couple of months someone accidentally finds their way in here and dies?
That's a good question.
Make a medicine check.
Whilst that is happening, could Harmony also like just double check the middle star at the apex of the arch,
Okay.
just to see if there's anything in particular about it?
Sure. So you would need to kind of find a way to climb up there. As the arch is about 25, the keystone is about 25 feet above you.
Mabel,
Wait, is it?
you're
yes.
tall.
So
Yes, I am.
May I climb on your shoulders?
Of course. And I
Thank
like
you.
bend down and like cut my giant hands so that you can get better onto my shoulders.
How
easier.
tall is Mabel?
Mabel is 7 feet. Hold on.
How tall is Harmony?
6'2".
Okay, so you get about 15 feet up. It's still like 10
I'm
feet above you.
7'2", so
Got
I
it.
am 1 foot taller than you are.
You get like a stack of player characters on top of each other. It's like nope.
How good
I
are you
mean-
at catching? Could you like throw me in the air and I could, see?
By the way, I want to say that statuette you found was from this other really beautiful card, the Two of Celestials. Very pretty card
rolled
there.
a
One of my
s-
favorite cards.
I rolled a 16 on that medicine check. I used my DM inspiration for it.
These bones are ancient. Probably thousands of years old. Many of them would probably
These-
crumble to dust.
I don't know if it helps us at all, but these skeletons are ancient, like probably as old as the orb, I would guess. I don't know. They look like they're barely holding their shape right now.
Well, that's some comfort at least.
Hmm.
I feel I'd be more worried if they were newer, you know?
Yes. Are there any not footholds, but like hand grips or any kind of like holes in the archway or wall that I can like scale or climb?
Plenty. Give me an athletics check for me.
Cool. I'm probably
Yeah.
really bad at this.
So you already got a head start with Mabel holding you up, kind of on Mabel's shoulders, kind of holding your legs in place so you don't fall. So, give me an athletics check.
Come on, sorcerer, do the athletics check.
Where is the archway on this map?
Don't
Is it
bully me.
directly-
Yeah, it's kind of like right over here. So it's 16.
That's a 16.
Let me see if
Wow.
there's an archway.
Nerd v nerd, let's go.
Yeah, here we go. Look at that. Okay, I'll put it out. Hold on. There was an asset here. Perfect.
Okay.
And I'll spin it, and I'll put it. It's kind of like. So it's at the entrance of this cavern.
Okay, so we're all right. That makes sense.
Let me put it just where it makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Right there. Okay. Play. If I put it on the token layer, it'll be like, yeah, there we go. That way y'all can walk under it. Very cool.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
move that
while
back
they're
a little bit.
all like doing what they're doing, Amina's just gonna walk over to Key and rather embarrassed, but also like this is this is her very first adventure. Just go, how do I help?
I ask myself that question all the time, and what I've kind of learned is just. I honestly just followed Harmony's lead, I'm going to be honest at this point.
Okay, I can do that.
I honestly don't think my particular skills are of use quite yet either.
By the way, with your 15 perception, nothing. The number I just looked at is a lot. So carry on. I will say with your earlier medicine checks, some of the bones look a little different than sort of towards the closer to the center of the orb.
Different like different species or
Smaller.
different like different age?
Smaller
Smaller.
than humanoids.
So like halflings and gnomes and the
Something
like?
of that nature. We need to get a little closer. Those look a little more sturdy, but most of the ones around you, at least within like 30 feet of you, look to be ancient bones.
Harmony, how exactly
yes.
are we to proceed from here?
Give me one moment. I'm trying to see if there's anything particular about this middle star
yes.
here.
16. So you're kind of like you kind of climb up on and you are able to kind of hand over hand, and you said you wanted to look at the North Star?
Yes.
Okay. So you put your hand on the North Star, and there's like a little you kind of put your finger on it, and it seems like it moves. Like you can push it in.
So I found a button.
But
Do I press it?
Push the button.
I want to. It
seems like
says
a bad idea. But
the keystone would be our guide, right?
Mm-hmm.
oh, we did.
So perhaps this will help us in some way. I don't know.
I'll follow you.
Anna, push the button.
Mabel, tighten. I'm still holding you, right?
I don't know.
I assumed that you were on my
Oh
back.
no! She's shimmying up. You're like kind of a concerned mom with your hands up, like I'll catch you. But she's kind of shimmying hand over hand up, and she's kind of like you're starting to lose your grip. You're like, should I push the? I'm losing my grip. What should I do?
Oh,
I will be right underneath. I'm ready to catch you.
thank you.
You're like you're breathing. You're good for another 30 seconds, but the clock is ticking.
Okay, I'm going to push the button because D&D adventures don't happen if you don't push buttons.
Push the button.
Pushing the button.
You push the button. and you hear a click. And you hear some shuffling. Sort of the shuffling of stones from inside, like the little rumble of stone.
He's gonna step back away from anything.
And you see this orb in the center of the room. Rather than pulse, it turns to a solid color. And you see a figure start to flicker and apparate. Seems to be phasing in and out of reality. You hear this thrum of static. And what appears to be an elvish figure made of pure blue light apparates at the center and just tries to speak, but the words are and is flickering in and out of reality.
That noise when Discord is having problems with voice chat.
Did you push the button all the way? Did you push it all the way in, Harmony?
Do I need to turn it off and on again? Is that what's happening here?
There's an antenna up there.
Do I need to smack it a few times?
Can I? So I've been walking like across the cavern as I was investigating.
Go ahead and move your token in.
Sorry, I can't at the moment. Give me a second.
Okay. We'll put that on the archway on the map layer now.
I don't know how far I got in, but I was going to ask if I could reach out for the person that is flickering in the orb.
Okay, yeah, this is very important for you to be moving your tokens around on this map, so please do so accordingly.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
From that position now you can't, but as you get closer, you can see the skeletons. There's about a little bit less than a dozen skeletons of various ages, of which appear to be goblin. About 3 of which seem to have been cleaved in half at the torso.
Whoa.
And these are less than 100 years old or so. And whatever this thing is, though, doesn't seem to have that kind of weaponry. It is some kind of a magical source of light emanating from a central dais, a stone dais. And as you approach, the figure just kind of seems to flicker out, and then it reappears sort of in the same position, but facing you. And it is, again, an elvish figure that appears to be made of pure spectral starlight. And they just... Nope. And low power. Please restore functionality.
So it's safe to say that this is not a druid from the circle, from the Star clan. Yes? They're asking about power?
Make
That's not a druid that's stuck?
Make a religion check.
I can do that.
Harmony will jump down into Maple's arms.
Okay.
That's you.
You grab Harmony, and Harmony, you are now being princess carried by Mama Bugbear.
Yep.
This is amazing.
Thank
you, Mabel.
Religion.
Give you a
And I'm
little
going to
hug.
use the blue die this time. That way the
Okay.
red die doesn't get mad at me and give me a bad
Don't forget, you still
roll.
have a blessing of the Pixie Court.
I do.
This is exactly the moment to find out what that chaos do.
All right. Well, on its own, that is a 14.
Okay.
Should I just go ahead and roll that d12?
I will say a 14 succeeds, and the
Okay.
DC was
Oh my
13, and it gives you enough to know that this is unlike anything you have ever experienced. However, the elvish attire that they are wearing is reminiscent of heraldry that you have seen in your travels, of the attire that Isindra, the Dawn Mother, is often portrayed as wearing, sort of the stylized points of the attire and the crisscross pattern.
I would
It
recognize
seems to
that
be
then.
celestial. What's your religion? Thank you for the follow.
Me?
Are you? Yeah. Did you say you're proficient or?
I'm not proficient in religion.
Okay. Yeah.
Follower.
Yeah. Okay. So I would say likely you would recognize that. Kind of. I mean, it's more of just what the elf is wearing. So I would say you'd probably have to get a little closer and actually kind of verbalize inspecting it. But once you do, again, token location on this map is very important.
I'm following Harmony since I caught her and put her down. So
Okay.
Wherever Harmony goes.
Yes. So anyone who is a follower of Isindra, the Dawn Mother or the Dawn Weaver, once you get within 30 feet, you can notice that it is similar regalia to what you often see Isindra, but different. It is unique in its own way.
Does it feel older or more special?
Isindra's is usually more special. This feels like a more common version of what she wears. And it sort of flickers again. Please restore power.
Does this count as a creature for the purpose of, like, spells and the way they target?
This is not a spell.
No, does it count as a creature for the purpose of spells?
Oh, I'm sorry. It does not.
Okay.
I just realized that Mabel is wearing a pendant of Isindra, so I'm guessing.
Ooh, another tarot card pull. I see you. Thank you. We have one in the queue, but I'm going to pull another one. Ooh, this one's upright. So we've got one from earlier and another one from Danny for the pull. So we're going to keep those in the queue for now. Actually, one is an encounter. So Danny, I'm going to shuffle yours forward, and there was another from, let's see. Scroll up here for a second in the chat. Rudolph, yours is here. I know you're in the Discord, so I can keep yours in the queue and let you know what it is either way. And Danny, that is, let me take a look at the spreadsheet that we have for that as you're kind of figuring out how to deal with this, what's happening here.
As I get closer, does the orb seem to be attached to any kind of, like, machinery or structure?
The center of the center of the dais, there seems to be a core of which light is emanating from the center of the dais itself.
All right. I'm gonna do something kind of stupid, but it might work.
Mabel moves up to you in case she needs to grab you or something and pull you away.
Like life-risking stupid, or?
I don't know yet. It's not going to involve my flesh hand, if that means anything. So she, I gotta switch hands, hold on. She holds her arm up, and blue light begins to emanate from a gem in the center of her palm. Not unlike Key's spell cast, arcane focus. A gem in the middle of her palm on her prosthetic hand lights up, and energy begins to coalesce between her upraised fingers, and it sort of forms into like a ball of electrical energy. And she like squeezes it so that it warps around her fist, and she shoves her hand in there, and I'm casting Shocking Grasp on the core.
Okay, all right. As you connect your hand to the core, and that's a Shocking Grasp is a level spell or cantrip?
It's a cantrip.
Okay, you kind of release some of the energy of the cantrip and in there, and as it does, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Yeah, I figured.
Man, Mabel's right there. She has to pull her out like she is.
And you're a little bit closer.
Oh, it's not yet.
DC 13 Constitution saving throw. Ooh, thank you,
dirty
Anna.
20.
Advantage on the roll. Okay.
I got a dirty 20 anyway.
Okay, well, that next roll is going to be an advantage, whatever it is. So hold on to that, Anna. So thank you. And let me just double check something here in the Discord. Okay, all right. So dirty 20 succeeds. What were you going to say as this was happening, Avalon? Okay, all right. So there is sort of it kind of gets brighter, and you hear the voice again, just kind of phase in for a second, and unsustainable power. Please insert more power needed. And it kind of flickers and it fades and starts flickering again. The cantrip seems to have done something, but you need a little more. But as with the dirty 20, you're able to kind of channel that energy back into your prosthetic, your mechanical arm. It is now smoking, and you're like, your heart is pounding, and you get a jolt of some pretty significant electricity coming from energy coming from this thing, but you're able to shake it off. Because you have that, you were able to conduct it through your arm, half damage negated because of your arm.
So what damage did I take?
It would have been 2d6, and it would have been half damage, but because of your prosthetic, it would be 4 lightning damage.
Okay. She stands back up, shaking her arm.
Mabel's right
flexing
there
her
and
fingers a
helping
few
you
times.
stand up.
Yeah. You
I'm
do
alright,
kind of
I'm
you can kind of get sort of knocked back, and Mabel kind of catches you and stands you back up. It's not like a full fall, but you just back into Mabel. She puts you back on your feet.
That is not the first time I've been electrocuted. I'm good. All right, won't be doing that again. But I do need to give it a
Did
little
it
more
work?
power. It worked a little bit. I need more. I'm going to try something different. She'll take a step back. I'm not going to move on the map because she's not moving a whole 5 feet. She's just taking a couple of steps back, and she holds her arm out, palm up, and this little sort of like module pops up on her forearm. She manipulates this dial, and these three lights sort of like twirl and narrow in on the core, and I'm going to cast magic missile, and all 3 darts are going to go into the core to try to give it a spell.
Okay, I need you to make another con save at advantage with from Anna. So make a second con save, and you channel into the energy.
Even though I am not touching it?
It's you're sticking your hand into the orb.
Oh,
it's gonna be
okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be less damage because you're not touching it, but there's still some force there. So make a con save at advantage as you stick your hand in there and kind of let
if I have to touch it, it wouldn't be that.
Oh, you're trying to.
I'm
Yeah, I think to really get it inside the receptacle, you would need to kind of put your hand over and shoot right down.
Okay, instead of magic missile, she'll use thunderwave. I don't think it'll matter, but I don't think she would use a ranged thing if she's touching it.
You have enough passive intelligence. No, thunderwave might damage the dais.
Oh, that's a good point. I'm gonna cast sanctuary then.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast sanctuary. Maybe the defensive thing will help stabilize it. What's up? What?
What are you trying to do, dear?
It needs power. I'm trying to use some of my stuff to power it. I'm sorry, brain's kind of messed up at the moment.
Okay. So it just needs more power.
That seems to be the case, yeah.
I would say, do me a favor, make an Arcana check at advantage. Make an Arcana check at advantage.
That's a good point. I don't know what this is for, so I might need something different, but... Ooh, natural 19. Give me a second.
Okay, yeah.
Didn't you get advantage on your next roll?
Mm-hmm.
I had advantage on this one. Total of 25.
Okay, all right, awesome. So you know that likely that energy seems to have done something, and it was sort of this jolt, trying to use some kind of an abjuration spell of some kind or a defensive spell would likely not have the same effect as sending a charge or force into it. You have enough, over 20, you are confident of that. You have a thought about Sanctuary, but then you have this doubt that's like, the force and the lightning seem to have done something.
Okay. All right, I just as long as you know what you're doing, I don't want you to hurt yourself.
I appreciate it. I will not go too far. I'm not gonna kill myself over this.
Oh.
Um,
I'm right here. Just let me know what you need.
appreciate it.
Force was said.
And I will say, I'll say, do me a favor, just make that was, and you rolled that at advantage, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I would say now just make a regular Arcana check to see if you can. There's definitely some distortion in this field, so see if you can manipulate the magic missiles enough to just kind of do like a New Hope type of thing, where the magic missiles go up and then down, right? So that's why it's hard for you to.
That was a 21 on that Arcana check.
Okay, then yes, you can absolutely Luke Skywalker your magic missiles in there.
I'm so glad the dice are letting me be good at my one thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because you really would have to, from that angle, you would have to definitely New Hope up and in rather than.
All right, so yeah, that's what she does. She sort of wiggles her arm in.
Yeah.
Lets loose with the missiles and fires them down.
Okay.
I only have first level spells, and I only have 3 of them. So I can't do much more than that. If I need to use all of them, let me know. But I have a very limited amount of spells at the moment.
Do you think Eldritch Blast would work?
Cantrips were not powerful enough.
Great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million. Okay, so you release.
I have Agonizing Blast, too.
The other idea I had was just to use the lightning launcher, but that's not even a spell. That's just... It's the special feature of the armor. I don't know if that would help, but I'll use as many magic missiles as I feel like I need to. It's up to you. What works?
Okay, so as the magic missiles up and in, you hear this as it powers up and it begins to glow, and this figure, and it begins to pulse now, and they form and turn to you, still flickering slightly, and just turn to the direction of the party, fading and flickering in and out, and just, hello. I am Ezekiel, 0113 Alpha. Welcome back, Pathfinders.
Willow, you did it! I clap you on the back.
Wow.
She kind of stumbles a little bit with the pat. She wasn't expecting it. Can I double check on that name real quick, Essie? That was Ezekiel 0013 Alpha?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so make a history check at disadvantage, I'd say.
History at disadvantage, that's an 18.
The numbers are a little strange. You're like, what? But Ezekiel was rumored to be one of the consorts, or in mythos and mythology, Ezekiel was not rumored. It was said to be one of the consorts of Isindra, the Dawn Mother.
Well, do I get a sense for pronouns?
They, them?
Okay.
I just, as this is happening, I just want to check in with everybody else. Amina, what are you doing?
I'm trying to decipher if is it safe? Do they want to come out of this bubble? Are they the bubble?
Insight.
Okay.
Okay. Let's insight, yes. And while you're doing that, Rory, what are you doing with Key?
Key is just inching closer, trying to get a feel of what it is exactly.
Okay. Yeah, inching closer. I would say for you, are you proficient in Arcana?
I am.
Make an Arcana check. Harmony, what are you doing?
Harmony's just watching this and trying to assess, because this figure is still flickering, right?
Less than it was before.
22.
Mm-hmm. Now they are, okay. 16. Insight seems to be somehow connected to this. It does not seem hostile, for sure. It does not seem like a hostile presence. It seems like some sort of a helpful presence. What was your Arcana, Rory?
22.
22. Okay, also, now I need, from the tarot card pull from Danny, I need Rory specifically and Harmony specifically to each roll a d20.
Oh boy.
That's an 8.
8. Harmony?
I have a
That's a
quick-
9.
9. Okay, Harmony, we'll come back to you in a
Damn.
second, Avalon. Harmony, your scales begin to that sort of static electricity, some of the stones by your feet, Harmony, just begin to rise off the ground ever so slightly, and you can feel yourself being the ancestry from which you claim this heritage, and your scales kind of harden, and that little those little bits of electricity kind of as you're kind of standing, watching stoically, waiting, feeling like this looming sense of danger is slowly creeping in upon you. The next melee attack, that melee or ranged attack, whether it's a weapon or with a spell that you perform, on a hit, you will deal an extra 1d8 lightning damage as your ancestral lineage begins to charge up within you, thanks to more of a class feature, but the Warlock card. Again, a very pretty card. I love how this is designed.
Thanks, Danny.
Yeah, the Warlock. I love that card so much. One still from Rudolph, which may be outside, but Rudolph, we'll make sure that we put it in the
kind of like
queue.
sense of danger, right? Encroaching in on us.
Mm-hmm. Just in general, it's very tense, and I will say you start to kind of look around nervously, and also that card, we'll say, will give you another active perception check. So go ahead and make another active check for me as you're actually doing as you described, standing there and kind of watching and listening. And Key, this is what exactly was your inquiry again for your? It was Arcana 16, right?
22.
22. Okay. And what were you trying to discern again?
Just trying to figure out like what's going on with the bubble, like what do I feel like is meant to happen? Okay, yeah. So this is some sort of, it seems to be some sort of magical, I would say, sort of a combination of divination or abjuration. It kind of feels like this some kind of a magical sphere that is giving shape to the entity that is inside of it, that is producing this image, this illusory image. So I would say the image itself seems to be illusory. The bubble seems to be sort of a combination of sort of conjuration and abjuration. Lots of different schools of magic all at play here, simultaneously creating. This is a very intricate space that you see before you.
Quick question.
16 perception?
Yeah.
Still not enough. I'm sorry. It's an 18. It's got a +7 modifier. Go ahead. What was your question?
I don't know what it is, but it's stealthy.
I know. Like, oh no. Oh no.
Harmony starts pacing.
Okay.
Because she feels that something's here and she doesn't know what it is, so she's starting to get a little.
Nervous?
I wouldn't say nervous, but paranoid.
Right. Well, Avalon, I put you in the back of the queue, so I just want to get to you before we go to the next phase of what's happening here.
Sure. So just 2 quick questions. Did I only spend 1 spell slot powering this thing up?
1 spell slot.
Okay. And did I take any additional damage?
You did not take any additional damage because you Luke Skywalker the magic missiles into the thing with your Arcana check. That being said...
Oh, bitchin'. Okay, cool.
Okay, that being said, this entity kind of continues and says, and I remain in low power mode, and they're kind of like fading in and out. As Pathfinders, you should be able to summon the Guardian of the Caverns and use its power core to recharge this dais.
Summon the Guardian. That explains the bisected goblin skeletons. Damn it. Alright. I step back away from the bubble a little bit. And she just Willa just takes a moment to check out her arm and make sure that it's still in good working order.
You hear like this clanking and clicking above you, like.
Oh god.
And as you kind of look up towards the caverns, you can see about 30 feet above you at the apex of this interior cavern, just dropping onto the ground as it kind of uncoils and lands with a thud.
Oh no.
A beast of bronze and metal, of clockwork gears and cogs, that seems to be the shape of a giant insect. These two massive, sharp pincers covered in dried blood just open before you, and these two claws of metal and steel hooks just out from the back, and it lets out this grating mechanical screech.
This is fine.
I need everyone to roll initiative, and that's where we're going to take a break.
No!
Beautiful.
Yeah!
No!
I love
Willow
him. He
is
looks like he's ready
already-
to play.
Willow is already studying it. She's just like, it's fucking beautiful.
So don't forget to click on your token before you roll initiative, and everybody else will be back in 10 minutes. So 10-minute break.
It's fine.
It's just
I did a stream where we were talking about torture
Yeah.
methods on my Twitch channel. They didn't ban me. It's fine. You're chill.
Yeah, but we all know sex is the absolute worst thing to be on the internet,
Oh.
obviously.
So bad.
Right.
Are you eating cake? I want cake.
I could hook you up with a mug cake recipe.
Oh, I love mug cakes.
We've done it
Okay.
a few times. It's really good.
I
So
would like that recipe.
it does sound
I'll,
good.
send
I've never
it to
used a
you.
mug cake, but I've always wanted to. As
I'll
this
post it in the chat in a minute.
as this creature crashes into the caverns, crushing several of the bones below it as it lands, rolling initiative against this guardian of the Keystone Caverns. Mabel, you're up first. This thing looks very threatening, and it has these two metallic claws.
Okay, so it looks hostile.
Yes, most
Okay.
definitely.
Cool. I definitely spent the break trying to figure out what I was gonna do. That's the thing that definitely happens. I am not the greatest person.
Although I think that this is going to save you. Do me a favor. Roll I'm going to have you roll a luck check because it was inverse. I'm going to try to have you flip it. I got this from Ryu. Thank you, Ryu. Roll a D100 and tell me
Okay.
high or low. Oh, so call it first, say high or low.
I'm going to say hi.
Okay, now roll a D100. 50 or over, you get it.
Please hold. That is a. Oh my god, these go 70.
70. Okay, all right.
Great.
So thank you, Rudolph, for this one. This is the Beast card. It is inverse, and
Ooh.
usually it summons another entity to fight you, or in a random encounter, or an evil druid. But with your luck roll, we're going to flip it over upright, and we're going to give you bestial vigor that is going to be important in this. And
Ooh.
for the next 1 minute, all of your attacks gain the blessing of Fenris, the bestial deity of the wilds, of savagery, and protecting your babies.
feel like
Fenris
that's
charges
really
up within you.
appropriate.
And
So appropriate.
you're going to need these. It doesn't do anything except to give you magical attacks. So,
Okay.
and then also hydrate or die straight. So,
Thanks, Danny.
Yes, everybody hydrate,
Yes.
please. Okay,
so that was Rudolph's card. So very cool. And then Danny's card was the warlock, which gave you the electricity. So, what would you like to do? And an amethyst.
well, since I'm first, and I have now this, I can just attack with anything and it'll be magical.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm not gonna do a spell then. Mabel is just going to. She's caught off her guard. She didn't realize this was going to happen. There's suddenly this giant thing. She reaches for the very first thing she can grab, and it's her frying pan. So she is
Okay.
going to.
The frying
just-
pan now surges with this kind of energy. It kind of is like thrumming. And I'm going to say from the amethyst from Anna, let's see, I think from the tarot cards, I think Harmony, Willow, and who has not gotten a benefit from the tarot cards yet today? Not going to benefit. Harmony, did you get a benefit from the tarot cards?
Yeah, I got the warlock.
That's right. Yeah, you just got one.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I have
Key and Willow, go ahead and roll it. Each one of you roll a d20 for me.
I got a
that's
19.
a 9.
Okay, so let's see. Hang on, I forgot to hit repeat on the bot. Ah! Okay, there we go. I'm gonna bring that back up there. Okay, so I'm gonna say, luckily, this is the good thing about having 5. Anna, you get a couple different benefits here. So you get first dibs. Willow, you said 19? Okay, so you get first dibs on
Yes.
the amethyst from Anna. So you can choose +5 temp HP or +1 to your AC for the remainder of this combat encounter.
+1 to AC.
Okay, all right. As you kind of, all of you have being witches, right, and having this be a thing in game. All of you have stones and everything that you carry, whether it's necklaces. You have an amethyst. Every one of you has an amethyst in your possession. Wherever it is, Willow, whatever it is up to you. But all of you have the amethyst, the clear quartz, and the rose quartz. Wherever your amethyst is, you feel that energy, and you calm yourself and feel that protective energy start to surge. Willow, you gain a +1 AC for the remainder of combat thanks to the amethyst. Rory, I'm going to give you what they didn't take, so you get the +5 temp HP.
Ooh.
As your amethyst also surges with that.
Willow's amethyst is a single amethyst earring. That was a gift
Awesome.
from her girlfriend at college.
All right. What would be
Oh,
keys? Would it be in the glove?
Oh, absolutely. You
Yeah.
know, each one of the like different bracelet parts goes onto a ring, and each ring on each different finger is one of the different.
That's cool.
That's dope.
Okay. So, and the amethyst benefits disappear at the end of the fight. Unlike the tarot benefits, the amethyst benefits disappear after this combat. So your temp HP will go away, and your AC will go back down. That being said, Mabel, you're up first. Your frying pan is kind of surging with the energy.
I am just going to attempt to uppercut this thing with the frying pan. Like,
Okay.
Like a full swing.
I don't give a damn about my reputation.
Nope.
Okay,
Yep,
wait.
that's what's happening.
Does like the like flip, you know, the like rotate the pan and then.
Very cool stuff.
And she's definitely strong enough to do it too. She's got this like
Oh.
big ass like cook for a family of 12 kind of frying pan, and she's just like
Oh, yeah,
twirling it
it's-
around before
it is-
hitting.
Huge. It is bugbear-sized frying pan. And she is going to swing. It's a 17 on the dice. That's
Hey, Nick, thank you for
24 to
resetting.
hit.
24 to hit definitely hits. You just hear a loud as the energy from the frying pan reverberates through this thing.
10 damage.
Okay. Dun. All right.
So we're
So,
babies. We only have one attack per action.
10 damage reduced to 5.
Oof.
Even though it is magical, this thing is made of solid steel. So the energy kind of sends a shockwave, and you see its plates on its back start to ripple a little bit, and
Mabel just kind of looks surprised.
so that was a very specific. It was a magical melee weapon. So the magical melee weapon is half damage. It seems to be resistant to that particular type of situation.
Cool.
Okay. Unless you have an adamantite frying pan, which could be something you invest in at some point.
Maybe later when
Yeah.
you have the gold for that.
All right.
I don't know. I feel like it's not the same as cast iron. Like it wouldn't cook as good.
Resub and tarot. I know. Thank you, Nick. I've been pulling yours up. So, anything else for Mabel as you just kind of the plates kind of reverberate, and you're like, yeah, stay down. You know, you're very confident in that. It was a good hit.
She's confident it was a good hit, but she's also like extremely confused as to how this just happened because it just happened so fast. It fell from the ceiling. This thing was talking, and now she's just like, okay, now what? But I also attempt to, I kind of already am, I guess, but put myself between this insect and my babies.
Okay.
So I'm kind of there.
So,
Nina's way down there.
Nick,
Put myself like right here.
that tarot card that you pulled was the was the developer, which is a really pretty card. So I'm going to say, it's here. And I think that's actually one of the developers of the stream, but it was inverse. So that is going to essentially that particular resilience that it got from the frying pan, with clarifying that, that wasn't actually in the stat sheet. So we're gonna say, I'm gonna develop that fight into because this is a wild card. The developer is a wild card. It was inverse. I'm gonna put it back upright, but I'm gonna say it does have. Technically, I think that should have done full damage, but to me, it makes more sense to do it that way. So I'm going to develop it that way and just affirm that. But with the developer, I will say that there was the first card I pulled was the Beast. So I pulled that a second time. So I pulled another one of the Beast. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the developer card just so Nyx wasn't essentially a giveaway to the DM. We're going to use that card and we're going to say, Mabel, you can make another attack.
Oh, heck yeah.
As you kind of you see the thing still standing and you're like, no, bad metal insect. And you just kind of smash it down again. Like your first response is to like, stay down type of a thing.
Swing up the first time and then swing down the second time.
No, Nick, it's totally fine because I'm going to give her the Beast that was pulled as a duplicate upright to give her the extra attack. And I'm going to develop that because that's not actually in the PDF. So there wasn't an entire loss. So a couple good things there, Nick. So thank you. Go ahead, Nikki. Sorry, I was responding to chat.
Ooh. Now, people call me Nick all the time, so I was confused.
Oh, no. Nick from our Monday game, who plays, Nick/Husky, who plays Clem, our Harangon wild magic barbarian sorcerer.
I love Harangon.
Yeah.
That was for the second hit. Then that was a 20. Oh, math. 25.
25. Yeah, definitely hits.
26. Sorry.
Yeah,
26.
Definitely hits.
Okay. That's only a 7 for
7, 6. Okay, 3 more. Got it. So you just kind of you put a dent into the nose cone part of it, where you see on where the top of its its upper jaw is. Dent it in right as the frying pan still surging with energy. It rings through the cavern, and I believe that's it from Mabel, bringing it to Harmony. Remember, you have a D8 of lightning damage to add to your next attack.
Yeah. So first things first, how does this thing look particularly tough? Like seeing those 2 whack attacks from Mama Mabel. Does it look like it's like, oh no, I'm about to topple? Or does he look pretty resilient?
It looks pretty resilient. I mean, well, the thing is that Mabel hit it pretty hard, and she seemed to have some kind of this frying pan seems to be supercharged, right? And she's also a giant bugbear smashing this thing with a magical frying pan of some kind, and she's denting it, and some of the plates loosened up a little bit, but it's hard for any of you to really tell exactly how this thing is faring.
Okay. So Harmony is just using that crackling energy from before, is just gonna allow that energy to run through her body, and you watch as her scales almost ripple. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen X-Men, but it's kind of like how Mystique changes her forms, and it ripples down her arms and almost blackens it a little as she kind of like throws out this magic that swirls across this creature and binds it in these, chains with these sharp edges into it, and she hexes it.
Okay, yeah, so a little flourish and these sort of sparking chains and wrap around this thing. Very cool. And we'll do this for the hex. Okay.
Ooh. She then pulls back her other hand and slams it into the creature, almost like she's punching it, but she's actually just casting Shocking Grasp. And she's just going to send an electrical current through this creature.
Yeah, so as it's moving, it's like slithering around like a centipede, and its abdomen is now finally catching up. Like and it's got about 60 legs, like these metallic legs under it, and as it kind of spins around, and its metallic body kind of slams into all of you here, you kind of take a step back, brace yourself. Your knuckles begin to sort of harden with those scales, almost like it's this really intense exterior exoskeleton on your knuckles, and that electric energy is still sparking, and you just slam into this thing. There's a little shockwave of this inverse pulse energy as this huge dent in this thing. So go ahead and make your Shark and Grasp as an attack, or is it a saving throw?
It's an attack.
Go ahead and make your attack.
I rolled with my dice, if that's good. Okay.
Yeah, totally.
So that's 16 plus 6, which makes it a 24.
Yeah, that definitely.
Wait, yeah.
Y'all rolling really well. Definitely hits.
Okay, that's 1d8 plus another d8 from the tarot, right?
Yep.
Okay. That is 8 points of damage, and it cannot make reactions, I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah, it can't take reactions until the start of its next turn, so Harmony is going to use that stunned, like seeing it crackle with energy and get stunned and confused. She's going to use that to kind of slide and position herself opposite where Mama Mabel is, so she can kind of flank it strategically.
Yes, awesome. So you slam into it with Shock and Grasp, and it's 8 total between the Shock and Grasp damage and the tarot damage?
Yeah.
Nice, okay. So as it kind of...
Oh, sorry. I forgot to add my hex. Wow.
Okay.
Sorry.
So magical lightning damage, tarot card damage, as is this massive, that pulse energy from both the tarot card with the Warlock blessing and that blessing, as well as the hex energy, that negative pulse really kind of... you all kind of get knocked back as this shockwave, and the static makes all of your hair kind of stand up a little bit, and it's kind of all frizzy now, and this thing is just
6 damage.
is sparking. Damn.
Yeah, I rolled a 6.
You rolled, wow. Yeah, it kind of falls and tries to pick itself back up, and it's just, some of the plates are just like pinging off of it as the lightning energy just kind of courses through it. And anything else for Harmony?
No, that's it.
Okay. Gotta be honest, that was a hell of a turn with exclusively magic. So Amina, go ahead.
Mabel for a second was upset that Harmony moved away from her, so she can't protect her, but immediately was like,
You got it.
"Oh, never mind."
Okay, so Amina is not going to move. She's gonna pull out her vial.
Okay.
And seeing this thing that is large and terrifying, she is going to use her instrument to cast Shatter.
Ooh.
Okay. 10-foot square, right?
Yeah, that is a con save of 13.
Okay, and from Anna, one of our patrons from ESP, she's going to give this disadvantage on its con save.
Thank you.
The favor of the gods. Okay, and you did say con, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a 4 at disadvantage.
Beautiful. I'm gonna take 3d8 thunder damage.
Shit!
Yeah.
Really targeting this thing at its weak points. I'm here for it.
Does Shatter
Construct
do anything extra
thunder.
for inorganic things? Or am I thinking
Yes.
of a different thing?
Yes, it does.
Nice.
So you said 3d6, right?
3d8.
3d8, double it.
Oh, I'm gonna. Okay. So I'm gonna have to roll a couple of times. Then hold on.
Shatter was a favored spell on Rin's first incarnation, actually.
Mhm.
She used Shatter a few times. It's not on her current incarnation because this is different
Nim
Rin, but
used
yeah.
Shatter once, and then they had to use Spare the Dying after it. We don't talk about Shatter.
Yeah, Nim had a very unfortunate experience.
It's 17 points of damage.
17. Okay. So this thing essentially just explodes, but would you please describe how you shatter this thing to the wind and absolutely just destroy with overkill?
So she's gonna stand and she's gonna grasp and she's gonna point her bow upwards up into the open sky, and then she's not really gonna play, but she's more gonna hit a note that probably shouldn't be hit and just almost rip all of her strings to blast magic straight at it.
This discordant melody kind of fills and echoes, sort of reverberates through the chamber, and this magic kind of just shoots out of the. You said it's a viola, right?
Yeah.
Okay, shoots out of the viola and kind of up into the caverns, and kind of like coalesces into like a little magical storm cloud, and then just shoots back down into this thing. And as soon as it makes contact, this thing just explodes into what seems like 1,000 pieces. And all of you have to like take a step back. A lot of you get, I would say, all 4 of you except Amina get bloodied and bruised. You don't actually take any damage, but these metal parts just slam into all of you, and you're pretty sore as it just, and you just, throw bits and pieces of metal and scraps out of your hair and little nuts and bolts, and this thing kind of slowly, in 1,000 pieces, just in slow motion, almost just the rain of these pieces just falls to the ground.
Willow sheds a single tear, seeing this ancient Arcassian sentinel device explode into tiny pieces.
And
Nothing for salvage.
Falling down in front of Key's feet is this sort of glowing orb that you can see that has this, it's this blue orb, and it seems to be covered in ancient runes that kind of seem to move.
Key is going to pick it up.
Okay.
And like extend it over to Willow.
Do you have gloves on?
Absolutely not.
Okay, roll a con save for me.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna throw you bardic inspiration
Okay.
because I feel bad.
You're like, maybe I shouldn't touch that.
Oh no, absolutely.
Reach out and touch faith.
How much is bardic inspiration?
Right now, my bardic is. Let me check. Bardic 1d6.
I'm gonna need it. So. That's a 15.
Yeah, that succeeds. You're like, it hurts. What are you doing with it? Clock is ticking.
I'm
we have to make another
immediately
save.
handing it to Willow.
Yeah, Willow takes it, of course.
I'm assuming you're grabbing it with your prosthetic.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, her armor has gloves anyway, so.
Okay, yep. You can feel the energy, but you should probably do something with it within the next minute or so, but you've got a little bit more leeway.
Yeah, when I was, like, face deep in the dais, did I see, like, a spot for this core?
The entire center, yeah. Where you were putting the energy seems to be like a receptacle for something. This seems to be a pretty, I would say, to gain more insight, make an Arcana check.
Sure.
Right now, you're just like, oh, that would fit. Well, let's see if you can gain any additional insight.
It's a natural 18. Give me a
Okay.
Total 24.
Okay, this is likely a standardized power core that was powering this thing. Old and resilient, and it has this kind of, the essence of this core has this sort of tinge to it, where like the air, you can feel the static, and probably shouldn't hold on to it for too long.
Right.
Probably it's probably dangerous to hold if it's lasted this long.
As I'm going to the dais and like installing it, Can I try to like study and memorize the runes and like just do my best to like memorize it to try to recreate it later?
Make an intelligence check for me. And I would say add your proficiency bonus and your
Okay,
modifier. So D20 proficiency bonus modifier.
Right. 17. 19 total.
I would say the very basic runes you're able to kind of memorize some of them enough to write them down, at least to write them in a notebook.
Okay, cool. It's a start.
All right.
Yeah, I'll install the thing. I mean, she's not gonna. She's not stupid.
The
She'll put it
runes,
where it needs
okay.
to go.
And they kind of flash off in like three-dimensional projections off of this thing as you kind of like as you kind of put it into the receptacle, and it starts to churn and turn, and the center console begins to rotate slowly, and this figure extends both of their arms and begins to speak to all of you.
Hey, yo.
Hello once again. Thank you for restoring power. Pathfinders, stand by for full tactical assessment. And you can see the eyes start to kind of flicker as you can see now that there is this projection above you and filling the entire roof of the cavern here. Right, so there was the courtyard that was open, and this is interior. Filling the cavern, which you can see now has this glistening stone, is this star map that just extends into the ceiling above you. But there are pieces of it, and it begins to form this like three-dimensional planetarium where you can see these celestial bodies kind of beginning to swirl above you, but it's bits and pieces. It's incomplete. And large chunks of this and it kind of swirls around the cavern. And you can see this figure kind of waving their hand around, and they return. The arm kind of flickers in and out of reality as if this illusory projection. Stand by 1 second.
As the power is restored and all of this is happening, Willow pulls her goggles down, and she's just like, you see her eyes darting to the various things, and she's just like clearly kind of overwhelmed, but like studying every inch of what's happening in front of her, just absolutely amazed at what she's seeing.
Amina is also studying it, but I guess from a different angle, because it's just there's stars everywhere now, and she's just like, I don't know if I can show this to people, but I want to. How do I recreate this in a song later? Like, this is amazing.
Mabel's just living in the moment. She's just staring up in awe.
It is strikingly beautiful, albeit incomplete. There are at least about a half dozen large patches that seem to either flicker in and out or seem to be incomplete. And this figure says, the data vaults have been compromised. The star maps have been scattered. And then the eyes flicker once more. Tactical reassessment continuing. And kind of flickering again, and you can hear the sort of celestial, and it clicks on and says, Common chosen as the primary language for this interaction. Thank you for confirming your settings. And it speaks again. And it kind of flickers in and out for a moment. And it wants to speak, and then the light grows a little dim, and the color kind of turns this kind of like sort of yellow-orange tint. And this being says, warning. Critical failure of the Ark imminent.
What's the Ark?
It kind of flickers. Query. Ark. The Ark is the ship of the gods.
What happens if the Ark fails?
There's this sort of flickering as if it's trying to decipher an answer for you to understand. And it just says one word. Failure.
That's illuminating. Is there a backup data store?
And it just kind of brings up a map of the world that you can see now. There's this projection kind of in front of you that kind of extends in this direction. It's a map of Valyria, and you can see a very well detailed map, unlike any maps you've ever seen, of both Vaeltheria, the subcontinent of Mestical, the Southern Isles, the additional island chains between the southeastern portion of Vaeltheria and the southwestern portion of Karnos. You can see Ichtharos and a secondary smaller pole to the south, and it's the most beautiful, well-detailed map you've ever seen, and it's rotating in 3 dimensions. And there are 6 locations that sort of glow and kind of pulse in this red light across Vaeltheria. 3 appear to be kind of spread out in the north, and they form kind of like three points on the top, so like 1, 2, 3, so like almost a pattern like this, and then same thing on the bottom. So there are these 6 locations, and then 6 more in Karnos. And this individual speaks again. To restore power and restore the Vaeltherian star maps, 6 additional fragments must be recovered from the various star vaults located throughout Vaeltheria. And it just kind of flickers again.
How long do we have until this imminent critical failure?
Catastrophic failure of the Ark is imminent. And it just kind of...
Do I know of like star maps and stuff that Valyrian currently has? Is that something that is well researched currently?
This is the first you've heard of any of this. This is like completely foreign to you.
No, that's fine. Okay. Willow's eyes are still darting around the room as she's trying to like memorize what she's seeing, and she's not sure how she can record it, so she's just trying to like take it in as much as she can at the moment.
Mm-hmm. This figure kind of turns to the direction of Harmony and just kind of quickly phases out and phases back in and gazes towards Harmony, this again beautiful elvish figure. And records indicate that the catastrophic failure result of sabotage.
Sabotage?
Tampering of the internal systems of the Ark. Catastrophic failure imminent. This
Do you
unit...
know who tampered it?
Kind of... Designation. Mortal races. Half-elven of origin.
Not it.
Is it still looking at Harmony?
It's kind of... You were the last to query, so yes. And it continues, and it says, with catastrophic failure imminent, this unit recommends that you contact Fleet Commander O'Dearin immediately, under emergency duress protocols.
Please.
Can I see schematics for this? Hell. What's the word for the thing we're looking at? Like, what would I call this? Unit? This unit?
This unit has a soul.
That name was Fleet Commander
O'Dearin.
O'Dearin, yeah.
Mission parameters have long since been compromised. The Pathfinders on this star have been operating outside of nominal means, and the mortal beings of this plane have been tampering with devices with which they do not have authorization to tamper. Recommend immediate emergency intervention by Fleet Commander O'Dearin. Please confirm emergency SOS signal.
Do you have any other descriptor of this saboteur other than half-elven?
Geographical location, origin, Vaeltheria. Half-elven of origin. No other information at this time. Recommend emergency distress beacon be sent to Fleet Commander O'Dearan.
Just out of curiosity. No, never mind.
I don't.
Reminder,
Yes.
this star and the Pathfinders on this star have been operating well outside of the means of mission parameters for some time. Designation, several thousand years. Recommend immediate enforcement by Fleet Commander O'Dearan.
I don't think that sounds good. I don't think we should do that.
Harmony, do you know who this commander is?
Yeah, do I know who Fleet Commander O'Dearan is? No? Yeah. Mm.
You know what?
This
Make
is
a religion check.
Ooh.
religion. That bodes well. May I
You
see
almost choked.
schematics for this unit? I want to see if I can take this with us
Schematics.
somehow.
Schematics for
Or-
the Ark from the mortal races are restricted.
Not the arc. Not the arc. You. This room.
That information is also restricted.
How do I get access?
Access can be granted by this mission's commander, Star Commander Isindra.
Mabel steps forward. And
Nine-
she's got she has a
19 is
pendant
close, but it's not quite enough.
on- Mabel has around her neck, like you'll have probably seen it, a pendant, and it has Isindra's like symbol on it. And so she like just steps forward and she's like, "What do you mean, Fleet? What do you mean, Commander Isindra?"
Star Commander Isindra can grant authorization to obtain schematics.
Where is she?
Unknown. The Ark has been compromised. I am unable to determine vital signs at this time.
Vital signs. Are you saying that the Star Commander is Isindra our goddess?
It's just gonna... Star Commander
I-
Isindra can grant authorization to obtain schematics.
Can I investigate the dice further? To see if there are any like additional panels, any writings or images, any additional anything on the dais that I can glean. Just investigate the hell out of it.
Yeah, make an investigation check.
Mabel will hold out her thing to it and say, is this her symbol or something?
Correct. That is the symbol of the Star Commander, often referred to as the goddess Isindra.
When you say Star Commander, do you mean she commands the stars?
Star Commander Isindra commands this expedition's pathfinding division.
I got a 21 on that.
Okay, so you're confident that there's the internal device which seems to have inner workings inside of it. The dais itself seems to be this ancient device of artifice that seems to be contained within magic within itself that causes the motion of the energy to spin and charge up, and perhaps the core. There's some sort of receptacle for the core that draws the energy to power this artifice.
What is the role of the Pathfinders?
The role of the Pathfinders is to colonize new worlds and spread life throughout the galaxy.
Man, I want to play some Mass Effect right now. Mabel is just standing there staring at her pendant and like trying to wrap her brain around all of this. Like she kind of looks like a little wheel turning. She's not loading correctly.
The Pathfinders discover suitable worlds for life and appropriately create life as such.
And then what?
Mission parameters state that the world, in an ideal situation, will flourish.
I don't know how many more questions I can keep asking.
What if
this
it's not
time.
ideal?
A planet will only be chosen for seeding if its conditions are ideal for mortal life. The gods and goddesses, as you call them, do shaft and crepe. Do shaft and not a crepe.
Sounds like crepes.
Yeah, the gods and goddesses,
Breakfast?
as you refer to them as, do shape and craft the worlds in their own way.
Sitting here trying to figure out what shaft and crepe would mean. I was like, what
Shape
We're
and
good.
craft. Yeah,
We're
shaft
good.
and crepe.
Are
Did we
gods
get
not what
to-
you call them?
I do not understand the question.
We call them gods. What do you call them?
Pathfinders, starfinders.
But you said we are pathfinders.
You are all connected. If you are here and activating this technology, you are part of the pathfinding division. At least that is this unit's assumption.
Where are we to find Fleet Commander O'Dearin?
The gods and goddesses, as you refer to them, they are pathfinders, starfinders, commanders of said pathfinding or starfinding units. They are also kin.
I don't understand. You said that they've been here for thousands of years, but they've been working outside of the mission parameters? What does that mean?
To answer your initial question, gods and goddesses, pathfinders and starfinders, and kin may also be referred to as Valar.
Oh,
There's your Lord of the Rings reference. Valar or Valaris, depending on the nomenclature.
break out the Silmarillion.
Yes. Valar and Valaris are two types of kin. What was your other question?
It said that they had been here for thousands of years, but working outside of mission parameters. What does that mean? What were the mission parameters?
The gods and goddesses, as this seems to be a designation that makes everyone present within this unit more comfortable. I will since update your preferences. Preferences has been updated. The mission of the gods and goddesses here is to see new life and to watch it flourish. After the fall of the former Watcher, the Guardians, the Valar and Valaris of this world, have continued to operate beyond mission parameters. New life has been created outside the bonds and the bounds of the mission parameters, creating dangerous entities, new entities not sanctioned by Fleet Command.
Who sets these parameters?
Currently, Fleet Commander O'Dearin.
How do we find Fleet Commander O'Dearin?
Would you like me to engage emergency measures? Recommended.
No. I will get the others. I don't think we should do that.
Recommend contacting Fleet Commander O'Dearin via emergency signal as soon as possible.
I don't think we should do that.
This is actually a
No.
good segue. While I'm investigating the innards of the dais, can I pull out my Tinker's tools and sort of see if there's a way that I can, and I'm not going to actually do it yet, I'm just trying to investigate how this shit works, see if I can disconnect the... Originally you said there was like a crystal on the inside that was like the the core of the thing, right?
It's the one you put in. It was running on sort of minimal power. That seemed you would have to like tear this thing apart to really understand what's happening on the inside of it.
So the goal, I don't know how to phrase it exactly, but the goal is to take out whatever is the whatever is storing the information, so that we can take it with us. It's hard drive, as it were. I don't know. I am not sure what structure of this is that, because I don't live in this world. But that the goal is to essentially take it apart and take the hard drive with us, so we can have the information in a place that isn't a cave. Is there a way I can do that?
You would likely have to send a few people here. I mean, it would probably you would have to sort of precision cut this thing open, or just kind of lift the whole thing up with like tensor floating disk might do it.
How big
I
is
don't
this?
have that. We are level 3.
Darius does.
I'm not giving it to Darius.
I'm working on it.
You said that they started working outside of mission parameters
Correct.
when the Watcher fell? What does that mean? Who was the Watcher?
After the gods left this star, after the gods leave every star, a watcher is placed on each individual star. This star's watcher was designation Satyr. Satyr seems...
Oh.
Satyr violated
Fine.
mission protocols, committing several war crimes. To hold Watcher Satyr accountable, the original starfinding and pathfinding units returned to this star to bring justice to Satyr. Satyr, designation corrupted by astral void.
How long can you function on your current power level?
I can function at this power level for approximately 1,857 years.
Oh,
Fantastic!
wow.
I will stay here for a while and take notes.
He's running on Duracell. Nice.
Okay.
The Guardian core you provided is an ideal power source.
Are there additional guardians or other threats?
There are no further
Uh,
Guardians in this cave. In this
That's good.
facility.
It is definitely good.
Is there a map of the whole facility?
You are currently standing in the facility.
Alright, so this is it. Okay.
The walls
Um,
have since decayed. Keystone structure and dais remain. Several intruders of designation Goblin tried to enter from above and were slain by the Guardian.
Oof.
The other bones that you see around here seem to be designation early disciples and servants of the gods, as you call them. This was once a thriving temple to them.
How did they die in here? There are a lot.
This
of
is a
skeletons.
sacred site. 10,000 years ago,
Two questions. They said their name was Ezekiel 013 Alpha.
yes.
0013 Alpha.
Sorry, 0013 Alpha.
Catastrophic failure of Ark imminent. Recommend emergency beacon be sent to Fleet Commander O'Dearin immediately for reclamation of this world.
Is that name familiar to Harmony, given what she read in the letter to Darius?
It has
No relation?
Yeah, no relation.
Cool. Okay. Second question. Can I
Yes.
contact Darius
Yes,
through
you
my
can.
sending
Yep.
phone? The message, so Harmony will kind of pull out the scry phone and will kind of turn away a bit as she reports into it.
Just haven't seen a text from my boss.
Give him a call on your cell stone.
Yeah. We have reached the beacon and are in contact with an entity called Ezekiel 0013 Alpha. Are you familiar with Fleet Commander Ordiran?
There's a long pause, and just you hear Darius's voice. I have no idea what any of this means, but this is... I will depart immediately.
I think Darius is coming.
Splendid.
Who is Darius?
My leader,
Superior?
my commander. Superior, there we go. That's the word.
I don't believe that we should send out a beacon, an SOS.
I do not believe so either.
I
think
mean,
It's
it
not
might be
so
safer.
much the beacon or the SOS. We found this place. We destroyed the Guardian. Should we leave this on? Someone else could find it.
Do you
I have...
Deactivation before sending a distress signal is not recommended. The
Not
Pathfinders
so
and
much
Starfinders of
deactivation.
this
We might just
world
take the
have been
battery
operating
out.
outside of normal mission parameters for centuries.
Okay. Well, so I assume everybody knows what the satyr and the gods. That stuff.
I don't know. I have no idea who Satir is. If you wouldn't mind.
Yes, go ahead and roll a religion check. Low DC.
Can we all
I
do that?
am...
Actually, anyone that wants to roll religion check. It's a very common name, so everyone that wants
Oh.
to roll it can roll religion. Anyone that wants to.
We have a +1 in religion, but that makes it 19.
I fully intend to stay in this
Yeah,
room and
I would
take
roll a
notes as
nat
long as I
20 on
can.
that one.
Satyr was also known as the Fallen Titan. He was essentially, mythology says that he stared into the abyss and stared into the void, and the void stared back, and that's where that phrase comes from. And that seeing that there was more to the universe other than the chaotic nature of the universe, that he went mad and decided to raise an army using all the forces from above and below to raise and combine both mortals and fiends together to create an army to protect this world from these imagined dangers, but in the process, the world was essentially destroyed and a massive civil war centuries ago. This is like mythology, right? So the mythology say so. Essentially, you would see that would be a figure from mythology, from Valyrian mythology.
Okay.
Satyr was known as the Watcher, the first dark god, right? Who created the fell orcs, who forged the hells themselves to create an army to defend against what he described as the madness of the void, the chaotic energies that dwell within the deepest reaches of the universe. This force that was seemingly more malevolent than the abyss, an old force that even had roots, deep roots on this planet. Seeing this corruption in his own planet, went mad and tried to created these hellish forces by twisting the mortal races and essentially commandeering the portfolio of Osirian and sort of turning the underworld from this place of rest for the souls into sort of this fiery pit where fiends could be forged in defense of this plane. So he was the first fallen titan to forge the hells, to forge devils, to forge fell orcs, which are sort of the orcs that are kind of infused with fiendish energy that dwell in the necrotic marshes in Karnos. And the two of you would be very familiar with the fell orcs. They have sort of bright green skin, and their eyes have a little bit of a red glow to them.
Okay.
Wow, we're getting a big raid from Dork Tales.
What
Hello,
will-
Kelly. Thank you.
What will Fleet Commander O'Dearin do when they come here?
Fleet Commander O'Dearin will restore order to this planet. Fleet Commander O'Dearin will ensure that the mortals continue to thrive and operate on a pre-designated plan. Any creatures or creations that were operated or that were created outside the bounds of this operation will be addressed. The Pathfinders and Starfinders who veered off course will be brought to justice.
Nope. I do not like this.
What about it don't you like?
Well, okay, well, we know Satyr. Apparently, the gods and goddesses.
Thank you, everyone, for the follows and for the raid. Thank you, Kelly, so much. So, by the way, just so that everyone know, we are queer witches who play tabletop role-playing games, and this is a D&D X tarot card system/homebrew. So if you are queer or a witch or like TTRPGs and also like tarot cards and want to interact with the channel, this is the place to be. We also have a Discord with over 140 members and mostly queer witchy stuff so on the channel. So carry on. Go ahead.
Okay, so timeline-wise, they came here, the gods, Pathfinders or Starfinders, whatever,
Yes.
came here. They made us, all the living and everything. They seeded this planet. They left Satyr here as a watcher. He went crazy, built all this bad stuff. They had to come back, take him out, which basically destroyed this planet, and then I guess reseeded it.
The planet was not destroyed in the calamity, but nearly was.
Okay.
After the Pathfinders and Starfinders returned, this planet was repaired. Beyond that, the Pathfinders and Starfinders throughout engaged in activity that would be considered outside of the bounds of this operation. The creation of life outside the bounds of parameters that created not only a threat to this world, but to the Starfinders themselves.
What
Okay.
are... I'm sorry, I cut you
Arrows.
off. Go on.
Well, I just wanted to make sure I have this in my head. No, they did not replace the Watcher and left. They stayed here and now they're missing?
After the Watcher was
Yes.
destroyed, the Pathfinders and Starfinders at that point were ordered to return home to Asgard, after which they did not. In direct defiance of the will of Fleet Commander O'Dearin, the Pathfinders and Starfinders of this operation maintained and lingered. The Ark remained in orbit around Valerian, and in doing so, continued to engage in experiments beyond the bounds of these productions. Several Asgardian laws have been broken, and this unit recommends immediate activation of an SOS beacon.
Okay, well, I
Can
don't
we
know
turn
about
off that
you.
alert? I'm so tired of hearing you say that. Can we turn that off?
Yeah, I'm going to say
Set off
that
notifications, please.
that right there should tell you we should not do this because I feel like they will
Control,
come
Alt,
back
delete.
and get rid of a lot of things that are here. I don't like.
I'm inclined to agree with you, but what are the mission parameters?
To seed life on new worlds, and to ensure that it flourishes, after which a Watcher is to be installed.
What kind of life?
Mortal life. And just kind of gestures to all of you.
Okay.
You said something about that they would remove life that wasn't part of the plan. What would that entail? What is being removed?
2 projects. Designation Dragons. Designation Tarask.
Whoa.
Oh boy.
We can take that on at level
Yeah.
3, right? We're good?
Let's just get rid of Brask, especially. Let's just. I can go right off.
I mean, harmony's
Dragons were
fine,
experimental, but they were not yet approved for production on this planet.
Well, I, for one, kind of like many of the things that the gods have created and given us. So I would rather not have that removed.
Clarification. Project Tarask was a native being to this planet. It is the subsequent experiments, the results of which are classified.
Well then.
So, sorry.
Designation Dragons was not completed, but was spurred on after the discovery of these ancient monstrous beings that dwelled on the planet. The dragons, as you know them, are not the dragons as they are intended.
I have a quick question for you that's only tangentially related to this. A while back, in the before times.
In the before times, yeah. Also, thank you
Libby-
everyone for the follows. It is very much appreciated. And thank you, Kelly. You're awesome. I hope you all had a good night in
Libby-
Dork Tales.
Libby had a brief vision of something that wasn't a dragon but was reptilian-like. Was she seeing a Tarask? Was she eye to eye with a fucking Tarask at some point in her past?
Oh my lord. Well, now
What do you-
she's
what do you
gone. We
shrug?
can't ask her.
I'm not playing the character. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh,
Okay.
I have a question. Where is the Ark?
The Ark is currently destabilizing in orbit around this planet.
Oh,
Is there a
is
way
it-
for us to
Designation
get there?
Sabotage. Access to the moon beacon has been restricted and compromised.
Oh, we're all going to the moon. Moon's haunted.
The lunar beacon, sorry. Access to the lunar beacon has been compromised.
This is the same sabotage they was talking about before, right?
Correct.
So, how long has the Ark been in orbit around Valerian? You said. Sorry, just to double check, Valerian is the planet. Yes.
Yes, yep.
Okay.
The Ark has been in orbit around this planet for 60,000 years.
Oh my.
Oh,
How long has it been in descent?
Estimated 60 minutes.
Oh,
So it just started.
Correct.
How long until it becomes cataclysmic? How long until it reaches? Would I know
It's-
about atmospheres? Fuck, I forgot to drop
Yeah.
the accent. Would I know about like celestial shit, atmospheres and satellites?
A little
and
bit too
all the jazz?
advanced for anybody on this planet, really.
Okay.
Yeah, all of you are like, half of you have no idea what this entity is talking about.
This line of questioning to
Imme-
this point
yeah.
has been
Emergency
on the
propulsion
wrong
systems
pretenses.
have been activated. The Ark, if continuing on its descent, emergency propulsion systems will wear in roughly 95 minutes. At that point, the Ark will
We
make
have
a
an hour
final
and a half.
descent. Trajectory designation, Velas Ocean, to the southeast of this current location.
how big is the Ark?
that's what I was gonna ask.
The Ark is, how big is 2 football fields across?
200 yards?
A lot.
Like two football stadiums, I should say.
Oh, bigger. I don't know how big those are.
That'll
Might
make
say
it
Several
big, okay.
several hundred feet, right? Actually, that would be about 1,000 feet across, right?
Mm.
You take a stadium.
So we're looking at something that's around a quarter mile
Oh my
long.
Right,
Oh.
about that, yeah.
It's gonna fall
Okay.
into the
And
ocean.
yeah,
Okay.
whatever that math is in kilometers.
Apparently, it's maximum
big.
120 meters, 130 yards.
For
think.
a football stadium?
Oh, I think this is football field.
So it's like the whole stadium, essentially.
Okay.
How long would it take Fleet Commander O'Dearn to get here?
If the SOS signal was sent, Fleet Commander O'Dearn will be able to recover this operation and return it to nominal status within 10 years of returning.
will the
Direct
gods be
time,
punished?
direct time from patrol in Asgard to the designation of this star system will take approximately 9 months at maximum warp.
So how would it even help to contact him? You
If-
said the thing is going to crash in the ocean in about 90 minutes.
Fleet Commander O'Dearn will need to restore order to this star.
So
So
it's not even to stop it, it's just to come back and
The propulsion systems of the Ark will prevent a calamity. It will crash into the ocean with thrusters working at nominal capacity until it is descended safely.
Okay, so
Mortals must not gain access to the Ark. It is forbidden.
Okay. I thought it was going
There's an
to
arc.
crash land
I
into
want to go
this
to the Ark
planet
so bad.
and break it apart. But you're saying that it will be safely descend into our ocean and not cause another big.
Correct. Depending on the patrol routes of Fleet Commander O'Dearin's current star patrol and the current star date, it may take as soon as one of your months for Fleet Commander O'Dearin to arrive at maximum warp based on his current location. A margin of error of 8 months has been built into this unit's assessment.
I say we let it crash in the ocean.
I mean, yeah, if it's not going to do any damage to. If it's going to be landing softly, I can't see why we should call this O'Dearin, because I feel like that's not a good idea. I don't
The
know.
Ark has been compromised. Mortals must not gain access to the Ark. It is forbidden. This is the prime directive of Fleet Command.
The prime directive.
Yeah, I've been like mentally tallying these things all the whole time.
So many. There's so many
Wait,
going on right now.
Wait, so you're telling me that when the Ark crash lands and with our gods inside, we're not allowed in there to speak with them?
Correct. This is
Are
forbidden.
they in there? They're in the Ark?
The Ark is the ship of the gods.
Yes, so the gods are inside?
I cannot fully determine the location of the gods. My vaults are incomplete. Further data from other units is necessary, or full restoration of this one would be necessary to determine current vital sign status of Starfinders and Pathfinders.
Why is it forbidden?
It is the prime directive. It is forbidden.
Isn't there already someone in there? You said a half-elf was sabotaging it from the inside.
Correct. That is why Fleet Commander O'Dearin must be activated immediately. The fleet must return, and those responsible for the breaking of the prime directive must be held responsible and brought back to Asgard. Just sustain trial. And it kind of stutters before it kind of flickers back. Sorry.
How did a half-elf get on the Ark?
Rerouting.
We don't live that long, and it was a satellite until recently.
The Lunar Gate has been compromised. It is likely that a member of one of your races discovered a way to access the Ark from one of the Lunar Gates.
Where's the Lunar Gate?
Classified.
Of course it is.
If they stand trial, how will they be punished?
Unknown. It could range from a wide variety of 1,873 punishments.
What
List
happens
them all
to
right
their
now,
followers?
DM. List all of them.
Fleet Commander O'Dearin will take command of this operation. New Pathfinders and Starfinders will arrive to secure this world.
So we're just supposed to start worshipping new gods?
Portfolios, as you call them, can be replaced.
What? I don't understand. So.
It is not for you to understand.
Wow,
Absolutely.
okay. Now, wait a minute.
Mama Mabel's offended.
Excuse me.
You tell him.
I don't believe that. I can't understand that you're saying that our gods are in a ship somewhere when I know we can feel them here. Are you saying they're not on our Earth at all?
The Valar and the Varalis present a magical essence. The Valar and Valaris themselves are the essence of magic. Our kin and kith have the ability to reach out and touch the lives of mortals, especially when they are traveling through the stars in stasis.
So they're in stasis? I'm assuming that means sleep.
In various states and using various miracles of artifice, the Valar and Valaris can extend their consciousness into the very hearts and minds and essence of stars. The magic, as you call it, the divine, is real. This essence can be coalesced into crystals, the very essence of these crystals that power the ships of the Valar and Valaris.
Is this why magic seems to be fading from this world?
Likely the Ark has been compromised from within for some time.
Can you not listen for a moment? Can you like shut your ears off?
I have a quick question, DM. Ortoris
You are not
mentioned...
authorized to make that request.
Does anyone have the spell silence?
No, but I do have message. I don't know if that's helpful.
It has a verbal component. You still have to say the thing, unfortunately. Fuck me. Oh, Artorius told us that his master, no. I forget his teacher's name, his mentor's name. But he said he went missing while trying to do divination shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do we know what species he was?
Believe human?
I wasn't there for that anyway.
Human.
Henrique
Human.
Huttlestone?
Yes.
Yeah, Henrique Huttlestone.
Did he go with someone? Willow wasn't there for
With
any of
an
that. This was
M.
purely above.
He went with someone with a name of M, just M.
Yeah.
We don't know anything else about them.
Yeah.
No.
All right.
I think that's our saboteur.
All that you need to know is that the gods are real. Their essence and the love that they have for their creations extends into your hearts, into your minds, into the very essence of this world as you understand it.
I know that they're real.
Given everything else he said, didn't that just feel real condescending, patronizing? After
Yes,
everything else he said?
He's been that way this whole time.
The
I'm not
Valar
really
and the
one god,
Valaris
so-
do exist. These are real entities, kith and kin. The power that they possess, is exponentially more than that of any of the mortal races currently possesses. Those among you who wield this divine power possess but a fraction of the power of the Valar and Valaris.
Mabel turns her back to the thing so she can look at everybody else.
Can I pull out the power thing?
If you want to,
the power core I put in.
yeah, if you want to try and do so, but I will tell you, he rolled a 17 plus 3 on something that will equal a 20.
Mabel just wanted to quick address everybody.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so from what this guy says, this thing, Avatar?
The Ark will crash into the Velas Ocean in approximately 85 minutes.
I know. Shut up. Okay, hold on one moment. All right.
Like everyone with their Alexa.
Stop listening to me. And the way I see it, we do not contact this guy. He just seems like bad news. But if this is the reason that magic is leaving this world, I say we let the ship crash and then we try to get in there and help. I mean, if there is someone sabotaging it, that is probably the whole reason that we're losing connections.
But wouldn't us not following with the Prime Directive also be us sabotaging the whole project they have going on?
I mean,
I
yes.
don't know about any of that, but I'm incredibly
You want to
interested in what's
explore
on that
Emergency
ship.
protocols have been activated. The Prime Directive has already been violated. Fleet Commander Odiran is necessary to restore law and order to the planet.
No. Can we just all agree on that? No. that
I'm not seeing a reason to call him, to be honest with you. Like,
Neither
I
am
don't
I.
see a good reason to do it. So I agree with you. I want to see the inside of that
If
ship 'cause
mortals
I
have
am-
compromised the Ark, and if you as mortals are here accessing this device, this planet is in dire need of reclamation by Asgardian forces.
that just sealed it for me. I do not believe we should do that.
bad
But I
vibes. Bad
wanna know what
vibes.
happened.
If the Starfinders and Pathfinders have been compromised, Fleet Commander O'Dearin must be notified. It is
Okay,
protocol.
can you just...
We're not compromised. We just don't understand, and you're not very helpful.
You're not part of this conversation we're having here. Do you have a name? What is your name?
Ezekiel
Ezekiel.
0110013 Alpha.
Ezekiel?
Yes.
Fuck
You are
me.
not
Ezekiel
I'm
0013 Alpha. Designation.
just... You stop listening and just focusing on everybody else.
You are not authorized to make that command.
Ezekiel, stop.
He's so
Call it a
sassy.
request.
Mabel takes out of her bag a blanket and she just goes over and throws it over the...
Okay, it just kind of falls through the hologram and kind of over the thing, and it kind of flickers up through the blanket, and it kind of continues to... The orb kind of... he fades momentarily, but then they reform sort of with the magic of the artifice of this orb kind of reforming around, like, above the...
I personally recommend we do not do anything until Darius gets here.
I agree. I think this is way too heavy for just the five
You-
of us to figure out.
We were only told to retrieve the beacon. This
We
is a
can't
lot
really
more than that.
retrieve it, can we? Because, I mean,
No.
I mean, I might be able to get everything apart, but I need to take apart the dais, which is huge, unfortunately.
Recommendation. Other units may have more access as to current vital signs of the Pathfinders and Starfinders. This one is not
There.
able to discern their status.
Well, that's the first helpful thing you have said this whole time.
Unfortunately, it would take many months for us to get to all of those.
Yes.
They're spread around all over the place. We can't move instantly, so
There are 12.
There are 12 and there's 6.
6 here and 6 in Karnos, right?
Yeah.
Access to the Ark by the mortal races will likely result in war between your mortal races.
Yeah, we'll deal with
We
that.
have war.
right, that's not really a new thing.
I feel like y'all are being real flippant about war. Maybe don't do that, please.
I'm not flippant about war,
We're just saying we already have it.
but I
It's not
feel
as
like
if
The prime directive is to preserve life. Fleet Commander O'Dearin will do just that.
oh my god.
It
I
will take
hear
at
that
least a
one.
month for Prime Commander O'Dearin to get here.
Fleet
Or
Commander.
Fleet Commander O'Dearin. Thank you. Yeah, I got that. It'll take at least a month for him to get here. That thing is crashing into the ocean in less than an hour and a half. It doesn't matter whether we call him or not. People are still going to be going after it.
Yeah,
Well,
it's not really something that's going to be unnoticed, no matter how small of a crash.
Right. And when they do, when everyone starts going for it, if it does cause a war, what's going to happen if he does come here? Is he just going to kill everyone to put a stop to the wars?
That's what it sounds like to me.
Fleet Commander O'Dearin will ensure that war amongst the mortals will cease.
By killing everyone.
Yeah, that's not.
The
That's
prime
not an
directive is
answer.
to preserve life.
I don't trust anything.
The prime
But-
directive of the Starfinders and Pathfinders is to seed and subsequently preserve life. If violation of the prime directive results in the discovery ahead of schedule of Pathfinder and Starfinder operations, it is up to the current fleet commander amidst the Admiralty to educate the planets and bring them into the Federation.
Can we speak to Fleet Commander O'Dearin, or is it just a one-way signal a distress signal? Or is it an actual message?
Can we open up a comm channel here?
Hail, Fleet Commander O'Dearin.
Those are good questions.
Such communication may take up to the time that it takes Fleet Commander O'Dearin to arrive on this star.
Oh, this is not getting us anywhere, is it?
A one-way signal is the fastest way to contact Fleet Command.
I feel like we don't have any options here. And like we don't have any good ones.
All right. I think that we should wait for your Darius, but outside, because I'd rather talk about this not with him repeating the same things over and over again.
If Fleet Command is unable to restore order on the planet, an emergency default will be sent to the High Council, of which Over Mother Lilith will make a decision on the fate of the planet. It is recommended that the mortal races of this world allow Fleet Commander O'Dearin to restore law and order.
Keep the name, sorry?
Of the last 357 planets to have discovered and or violated the Prime Directive, mortals who have accelerated and not allowed Fleet Command or resisted Fleet Command have been glassed.
Blast?
So
Over Mother
So
Lilith
if
does
we-
not tolerate such insolence.
Oh, Mother
Wait.
Lilith?
I thought they were about preserving life. Glassing sounds bad.
final, yeah.
There have been approximately 855,000 planets that have been seeded. Of them, 357 have defied Fleet Commander O'Dearin, or previous Fleet Commanders, in designation 7. Those who have resisted Fleet Command restoration operations have unanimously been voted for destruction by Overmother Lilith.
Over
It is recommended that mortals work in collaboration with either Starfinders, Pathfinders, or Fleet Command in the event that mortals do accelerate the schedule prematurely, as is happening on this planet. This
I say
unit
we
seeks
just
to
go through the-
preserve life and recommends you contact Fleet Commander O'Dearin to restore order immediately. The Pathfinders and
if-
Starfinders have seemed to have lost control.
I say we all just go through the Fey Gate and leave this world to its devices.
I'm down.
Don't tempt me with
Done.
it time.
We're out.
I have a very
Pass the
large
berry.
family. I can't just
Like,
wander into the Fey realm
I-
without at least sending a letter.
my
I would
children
never
are
leave my
all over
mama.
the place.
I would never leave my mama. I'm just saying. Why is this in our hands? Why is this a decision we're making?
That was going to be my question.
You have
I skipped
activated the
out on my
beacon.
graduation to chase this. I'm not prepared for this kind of decision.
I am a literal child. I have no decision-making skills about myself, let alone the fate of the world.
Recommendation. Send an SOS signal to Fleet Commander O'Dearin.
Where? I swear, Isildur, I will punch you in the face if you say that one more time.
I'm very convinced that that is Essie telling us. to send
Yeah.
SOS signals.
Yes.
This
It's
is
just
this
a
is very
wild-
much Aaron
wild
being like,
thought out here, y'all.
plot.
I
Plot.
think
Do
I
the
think
plot.
She might want to leave on a cliffhanger, and this is it.
That is not Mabel's MO. She
Wait,
is
how-
like,
How long until Darius gets here?
Well,
don't
as
That he would be here.
As
he said
you-
95 minutes an hour ago, so we're not doing great.
Ugh.
as you kind of say that, it's been several minutes, and again, it took you, but as the crow flies, with Fly flying straight across the island,
Nice.
you see kind of at the corner of the Keystone here, just outside, with like the Neo landing from the fly spell, of which they probably had to use a couple. Outside, Darius and Alessia.
He's just gonna send the beacon.
Okay.
It's
Is,
not
but at least it's out of our hands.
right. We're not the ones that made that choice.
Fair enough, I guess.
All right. I think we
That's
should
Renee saying that.
go meet Darius away from him so we can explain what's happening, and then he can go talk to him if he wants. But I feel like we should
They
have a conversation.
immediately just start running in, and Darius just magnificent.
Okay, wait. Time out.
Nope, it's too late.
He's seen it. He's like a
He's
kid in a
seen
candy
it.
store. Yeah.
He
you
just
gotta
kind of
let him-
runs over and kind of just stops.
Mother
you
Mabel
seen
is
this?
just trying to get order here, and things are going.
I mean, I
Oh.
understand the reaction.
Status
I get
report.
it.
What is that? This is brilliant. Well, you've succeeded
No,
beyond
yeah,
any measure of the means of the imagination. Look at this.
Wait.
What is this?
This is
And-
the
A
entity
warning.
I spoke to you about through the sending stone.
I am designation Ezekiel 0031 Alpha. And
1-3
just
Alpha.
Darius looks at all of you and you understand what this means.
All
this,
right.
This is the
You-
discovery of the century. This is once in a lifetime. And he just kind of runs his hand along the stone and just kind of kneels down and just caresses the
Don't-
stone.
Mabel swats at his hand. Don't
Moon
touch
grabbing
that,
the father.
sir.
It's
Sir.
magnificent. Look at it.
Mabel, don't swap
I'm
the hand
sorry.
of one of the most powerful mages in this realm. Please.
Recommendation:
did-
emergency SOS. A fleet commander,
No.
O'Dearan.
Now,
Sir?
here's the issue.
He doesn't do anything. He's just kind of like, who?
Mabel
is Fleet
is
Commander?
done trying to get this man's attention, so she picks him up.
Okay. He just kind of, I beg your pardon.
We need to have a discussion, and I start to turn around.
I
start
wasn't
talking.
finished investigating the dais. There's so much
No.
more to be had. You see the runes on the inside, the intricate work as it kind of rips
And
off
it'll
the.
stay turned on for
blanket?
1,000 years.
Why are you trying to
Please be
cover this up?
patient. It'll stay turned on for 1,000 years. We do
Well,
need to have a conversation.
Status
sir.
report then. What's happening? Quickly.
We will give you stat. I just start marching him outside. You are doing this the wrong way, Mr. Darius. You should perhaps listen to us first before you go and investigate that thing. Just calm down. Calm down, and I begin patting his head. Like
How do you
he's
expect me to
a
calm?
child.
Do you see the technology that we've uncovered in
calm
there?
You can.
It's
you'll be able to stay there.
magnificent.
Come on.
It's magnificent and super sassy.
Yes, we will. Let's talk.
Are
to
you
about it.
seriously letting the illusory image of whatever this magic is sass you? And
It's not about
No,
that.
Thank God for
Please
that.
just listen. Listen for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I want to just take him to like the entrance a little farther away.
sure.
from
I'll move your tokens. You kind of march him out, and Alessia just
Yeah.
kind of slowly walks over and is like,
I turn around. I'm like,
Right.
you too. Come on.
Can I try and read Alicia's expression, please?
"Yeah, make an insight check." Disadvantage on players. At disadvantage. Make an insight check on disadvantage. Thank you, Anna.
That is a 9. Thanks.
9. Yeah. That's the best reaction ever. She just kind of also walks up and is just kind of like investigating it for now. Just kind of watching it, kind of investigating the inner workings of this artifice and whatever's happening. So outside with Amina and Mabel and Darius.
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of like, you got everybody, please follow me. Please. Like I'm on a field trip trying to get children away from the shiny toys. Like,
Right.
just want everybody to talk for a moment.
Well, this is, I'm sure, all due for promotion. This is magnificent. The Queen will hear of this. 100%. This is fantastic.
Yeah, she'll hear of it.
In the best
real
way,
quick.
of course. Promotions
No.
and gold and
Yeah.
financiers.
And that's lovely. You need to send people to the ocean, like right now.
And you see
No.
his face, his expression just go blank. Why?
What was the? Can you? What was the ocean he was?
The Valis Ocean
Yes.
is
Velas.
where the
Velas. Velas
That's
Ocean.
where the arc will crash.
I need calm emotions. That's what I need.
I don't have that spell yet. I'm so sorry.
Something the size of a large building is going to land in the Velas Ocean
Yes, not crash, just land.
in about an hour.
He kind of leans in, kind of pushes through all of you, and leans into Willow specifically. What did you just say?
In about an hour, something the size of a large building is going to land in the Velas Ocean.
How did you learn this information?
That, and she gestures towards the dais.
He kind of pushes by you and runs in and says,
Mabel,
and just shouts, "The Ark! What's happening to it?"
Oh, he knows.
excuse me. I grab him by the shoulder and shove him in front of me.
And
This man can choke slam an old god, but sure. Good luck.
Oh, just
Harmony tried to warn y'all.
Mama
She
Bear
should
Mabel
listen
is
at this
out right
point.
now. Like, she is very frustrated with the lack of communication that is happening, and nobody is listening.
That's fair. No, yeah, I love to see. I love this for her.
oh, okay, yeah, he just kind of tries to like push the hand away, and you see the glove kind of, the gauntlet kind of, and you just kind of push it away from you, and he just stand down.
I rear up to my full 7 foot 2 feet, and I just look at him in the eye, not at all afraid of him. It's like, I am trying to have a conversation with you. You need to listen, because if you listen, you will find out more information that you need to know. And also, I would like to have some questions with you.
We love a mom voice.
Yes. Now please sit down so that we all can share the information we have, and then you may proceed to freak out over this extremely annoying and condescending robot man.
Alessia just turns and kind of face pale and just, it's falling. It's destabilized.
Fair.
Yes, yes, this is what we were talking about.
And Darius just kind of looks horrified. What do you mean it's falling? And Alessia just,
How else
They
would
said
it
it was
land in
falling.
the ocean?
How do you
How else
know?
would it land in the ocean if it wasn't above the ocean and falling?
it's not supposed to... What happened?
We
And
don't know.
you can hear it from... And he
Did we
kind of
say
just
sabotage at the same time.
just
think so.
turns behind him and kind of just like looks through the gate and up to the sky, and you can see the clouds now are just starting to roil a little bit, and he just looks up, and there's this expression of just betrayal and anger in his face, and
That's
he
it.
just kind of stops for a second and then looks back at Alessia and back up at the sky and just, Nicaea, what have you done?
Nicaea.
What?
Who's that?
And
A
then looks at
half-elf?
all of you. All of you make a history check.
Oh gosh.
Disadvantage to players was redeemed in the chat, by the way. Is that applying
Yes, I
to
got that.
this? Is that applying
Was
to
it
this?
was it done again? Because I
Yes,
took the
it-
disadvantage.
It was done again.
Wow. The
Is that
disrespect.
happening on this?
No,
This history
it's
roll.
only one. There's only one that I see. Oh,
There's a second one.
another. Okay, yeah. I'll say for that we'll keep that. We'll keep that, table that one in. And for this one, it's a basic history. It's not going to really affect too much.
18.
But
19.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
okay, anybody over 15. Nicaea Voss is also known as the Master of Arms. The Master of Arms, Technology, and Artifice. The Master of Arms and Armor. One of the Masters of War of the Aer'ath. She is the protege of Sirak Rendiel, the former commander, the former High Ardragon of the Aer'ath, also known as the Butcher of Barak Tal, who unleashed the weapon Dragon's Bite, the chemical weapon that ended the war by purging the entire undercity of Barak Tal and its entire population, thus ending the 100 Years' War in Odror's rebellion. thus his name known as the Butcher of Barak Tal. He promptly retired. Those that did survive were horribly disfigured or fled deeper into the Underdark or fled into the woods. But Barak Tal is essentially abandoned. It was the stronghold of Odror during Odror's rebellion. After almost 100 years of war, Sirach Arendil deployed the Dragonbite into the Dwarven stronghold, promptly putting an end to the war within the next several years. Again, after that, he retired, and there was a bit of a vacuum in the Aer'ath Takal, eventually passing the reins over to Darius Essex. Nicaea Voss is the protege of Sirach Arendil. And he just kind of looks at all of you and just... We need to get to the ships. Immediately. We will come back for this. But we need to move.
I have a lot of questions.
We have two operations underway. We need to deal with the rebels in the forest, and we need to make sure that we get to this thing before the Kyrosians do.
He says to a Kyrosian.
Yeah,
I
no,
know.
he's just saying it. He's just flat out saying it.
Okay.
The Zenith has no idea what they're dealing with here.
So you
And
knew
why?
that you were sending us to this beacon, and you know about the Ark and all of these things. Why would you send us? But
Us
and how much do
specifically.
you know?
There are gaps in knowledge. We have not been able to ascertain the true meaning of the beacons. This is what we were missing. We have no interface. This is the interface that we have been searching for. There was a gate.
Incomplete.
There was a gate in artifice that was clearly beyond Nicaea's understanding. Hitting it with a hammer seems to have had an adverse effect. That being said, we need to find a way to get this interface into... If it's not already too late. If it is too late, we need to stop the Kyrosians from
If you have
sticking
some
their
method
hands
of
into it. No offense, but I know Gretchen, and Gretchen Vieras will not hesitate to start a war over this. We need to secure it before the Zenith can get here.
What Zenith?
Yeah, the Zenith is the high command. They're essentially the equivalent of the Aer'ath Takal, but in the Kyrosian Empire. And Gretchen Vieras is the High Archmage of the Zenith. She
Yeah.
is the apex of the Zenith. The Archmages
what
below
makes-
her are Zenith Seekers.
with some time and some help, I could probably get this taken apart and maybe take the source of information with us.
Well, first things first, we need to stop the rebels from fleeing into the caves. Secondly, we need to get on the water and
Is
assemble
that-
the fleet.
I'm sorry, something is crashing from the sky into the ocean. Are the rebels really the biggest concern right now?
We'll call it well, we're heading that direction anyway, so. I made a
Right.
promise, and I intend to keep it.
What promise?
I promise to crush this pitiful rebellion before it gets off the ground.
Are you telling me that you know about Pathfinders and Starfinders and knew that our
Sorry, Pathfinders and Starfinders, we know about the Ark. We
you
know
know
that
what-
it's a vehicle with which the gods travel, but any meaningful interface we've lacked. We've been exploring this technology, or Nicaea has, but most of us don't understand it. Again, we're lacking this interface. We have no knowledge. We're going in there blind. This is what we were searching for, an interface to the Ark, to give us some sort of knowledge. And
So-
here it is, the discovery of a century that will allow us to interface.
stop, and I just put my giant paw over his mouth,
Probably over his whole head.
his whole head. Just calm down.
So what do you want us to do?
Bring it down to here.
What is our responsibility in this?
And we need to find a way to, well, this interface, we need to secure it and make sure that it is not tampered with. I will make sure that we find a way to get this back safely. I will have to assemble the rest of the Dragon Keepers, but in the meantime, this must be secured. That being said,
Incomplete.
then we need to recover the rest of the interface, wherever it is. Wherever they are.
12 paces scattered around the entire planet.
Oh, that's a good start. Where are they? Are they all in Vaeltheria?
No.
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 Oh, for
No.
fuck's sake.
About half are in Vaeltheria and about half are in Kairos. Kairos, right?
Karnos.
Karnos.
Karnos, thank you.
Karnos.
I knew it was wrong as soon as I said it, but I didn't know the right word. About half are in Vaeltheria and about half are in Karnos.
Which tells me that maybe
Clearly, I need to send you to recover the rest of these fragments. This location needs to be secured, but in the meantime, we need to assemble the fleet. If it is inevitable that the Ark is going to fall, and Alessia says, I'm told it's not going to be violent.
yeah,
And he says-
it's going to land, not crash.
And that's what we had surmised. Either
Yeah,
way,
they still have enough control to contain their descent.
So you knew that the gods were not here? You knew they were in a ship? And an ark?
he just kind of seems confused at the question. And just, well, this is the vehicle of the gods, and the gods are resting in this vehicle. Does that not prove their existence?
Well, I knew
Does
they
Gwendolyn know this?
feel them.
Does who?
Gwendolyn?
Gwendolyn?
I'm sorry, was that not her name?
Which one?
Gretchen.
Gretchen. Sorry, Gretchen
Gretchen.
Dieris. I do not know exactly what Gretchen knows. Who knows what they have found, or if they've even found an interface in the ruins with which they have set up their outpost.
Wouldn't it be better to work together? If this is that important, wouldn't it be better to work together?
That's what I was thinking. I mean, if half of them are here and the other half are in Karnos, I feel like this is something that affects everybody.
Hopefully we can. But regardless, I am not about to sacrifice my station and tell the Queen that we let the Kairosians get to it first. I have certain standards to uphold. At the very least, we need to secure it. Working together is not out of the realm of possibility. Why don't you take point on that front? And clearly, we need you to secure the rest of the star maps.
And Amina and I are here, so you already have the help of the Karnosians.
Kairosians.
Exactly. But we need to secure this first, and then we can work with the Kairosians. If you haven't remembered, they established an outpost next to one of the Arcassian ruins without contacting the Queen first, so we are overdue for a victory.
Of course I know that.
If I can get help moving the large basin-like structure on the top of the dais, I can probably secure the interface. I just can't do it by myself.
Very well. Let's get to it then. Alessia, Tensor's disc. And she just kind of summons this magical disc that just kind of floats in the air. It's about roughly the size, conveniently, of... Thanks, wizards. Conveniently of the dais itself. And Alessia just kind of looks back and just kind of gives a thumbs up. And Daria says, well, I think we all have our work cut out for us.
Mabel
But-
does not hide the disdain on her face for this man.
That's valid.
We have several operations in the works beyond the comprehension of, or pay grade of anyone here. We must secure this interface. We must secure the Ark. We need to deal with Nicaea and her gross negligence of what has happened to allow this thing to land
As soon
on our
as-
plane.
I'm assuming that she is the saboteur who got into the Ark.
Likely.
As soon as the top of the dais is removed, Willow will go in and start working on it. And she'll take as long as she needs to do this right. She's not trying to do it quickly, she's trying to do it correctly. So, I know we've talked about the take 10 rule. Yeah, she's just trying to be as thorough and careful as she can be. This is the kind of thing she's been dreaming of getting her hands on for a
Yeah.
long time. So, Yeah, she's not rushing this. She is being slow and careful and specific.
Okay.
So-
Amina is not sure what is happening, but she knows that getting this thing is going to happen whether she wants it to or not. So she is going to go and sit for a moment, and she's going to take the time to conjure an unseen servant to help Willow with whatever it is that they're doing, even if it's just, holding a wrench.
I will say, so Ava pulled a card, and with the card, Mabel, you feel your pendant start to glow, and your eyes begin to flutter in the back of your mind, and you feel this pull. Now, I'm going to have you make a wisdom saving throw, but
no.
you can choose to fail. Your pendant starts to glow.
If my pendant's glowing, then I am not trying to fight anything.
Okay. Mabel falls unconscious on the ground.
Oh, great.
Oh,
And as you do, you kind of feel yourself on the cold ground of this, almost like this marble stone surface. And around you in every direction, there is just brilliant glowing light. And you kind of gaze up from the floor. And in this chamber of glowing light in marble stone floor, you see a figure descending from steps, two massive golden wings outstretched, bathed in pure golden light, slowly walking over to you, about 16 feet tall, and kind of slowly leans over and holds out a hand, and this kind of glowing figure of light just speaks to you in echoes and reverberations that kind of echo through this chamber. And it just says, "Ah, my child, you must recover the fragments. Seek the star maps. Help us. Save us from them."
Who's them?
And you kind of come to consciousness. And as you do, as you kind of fade, it just says, "We are suffering, my child. You must find a way to save us. Recover the fragments. If you value the gods, Odirin can help. He will bring wrath and fury and hammer and skyfall upon them. We are fading. You must hurry. Stop them." And as you kind of come to consciousness, everyone's kind of looking down on you, and the first person that comes into focus is Darius. And that's where we're going to end the session.
Oh, I have so many questions.
That was the Paladin card, by the way. Thank you, Ava. Woo! I don't know. Hang on. I got to make sure that there's no glare. So, yes. So, this is, definitely a half an hour past the time. That's like a hard stop. So, thank you, everyone, for session 1, for sticking it out with us. And, yeah, Ava, thank you so much. Ava, you made that happen. That wasn't going to happen. Ava, you did that. And you get insight. And there's, like, this just... almost like, when you see someone's aura and it's like you just see like this shadow. Not that Darius is like a shadow creature or anything, but the aura just around him as it comes into focus is like just dark and shadowy, and it comes back into focus and he's just looking down like, "Are you all right?" And then that's where we're gonna end the session.
Can we end it with me punching him? No, let's.
I wouldn't do that. You're already pushing it. So yeah, thank you, everybody. we're going to have the session there for the evening. Thank you, everyone, for sticking it out half an hour past the hard stop time at 2. I really appreciate all of our lovely cast members. Let's go around the table. I know, Harmony, you're fading fast, so Harmony, take it away. What do you got going on? Where can the people find you in the meantime?
You can find me at No Ordinary Heroes on Twitch. I stream every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Video games, I do VTuber stuff. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, come around and check it out.
Awesome. Yeah, and again, we will add Nightbot commands for everybody by next Saturday, so we'll have this all in there. So, Key, where can the lovely people of the internet find you in between with RGB Vision and the stuff for Roy Brown Designs?
The RGB Vision everywhere.
Woo! Okay, and Willow and Avalon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here on the Saturday and Monday streams. I voice act around lots of places, mostly through Faustian Nonsense shows, both original and sponsored stuff. In the near future, there is Gather the Suspects Season 2. It's a murder mystery podcast. And then I'm also in the Sound Museum, which is, like I mentioned this last stream, but it's this very experimental podcast about a museum of impossible sounds and just really cool, like, sci-fi stuff, really cool conceptual stuff. Super Suits is in its editing phase right now. The first episode, the pilot, is actually available early to people that subscribed or that backed the Seed and Spark campaign, and to people on the Faustian Nonsense Patreon. So that's really cool. That's a show about lawyers in a superhero universe. We've been working on it for like the last year. It's so much fun. It is so fucking funny. But yeah, I get around. I do stuff.
Cool.
Awesome. Also, I was DMing you, Garnet. If you have a link tree, send it to me in my DM in the meantime, so I can post it in the chat. In the meantime, Nikki, what do you got going on?
I am Coyote Witch on Twitter.
I have you from the one shot we did.
On Twitter, I'm also the Coyote Witch here on Twitch and on Instagram, but I mostly live my life over on Twitter, so you can find me and any of my information on Twitter. I do a lot of one-shots over on Lost Caravan RPG with Hoop Andrew, who DMs a bunch of stuff. We have a ton of fun over there. We play all different kinds of tabletop games and systems. I will be in a Pathfinder 2E one-shot next Wednesday. And then later on this month, I'll be in 2 more through Lost Caravan RPG. So if you just want to find out information about that, just go to my Twitter. That is where I will share that information.
Awesome. Thank you, Nikki. And Garnet Rose, what you got going on?
Okay, so when I'm not here, you can occasionally find me on Penny Dragon Games whenever my school schedule will allow. And when I'm not doing that, I make movies. So I can, drop those for y'all if you want to see things that I have directed and or produced. Other than that, I am at Ashton Brienne just about anywhere, and I am also a Twitter fiend, so that's normally where you can find me if you want to chat or, invite me to do things or come and rescue you from awful people, because I'm really, really good at that. It makes me happy.
Nice.
Also, we will definitely add your Nightbot command. We'll be working on whatever you want to put in there. We'll put it in there. So we'll get that in 2 weeks. We'll have your Nightbot commands ready to go, all nice and shiny. So whatever links you want to put in there, movie stuff or Twitter links or all of it, or a link tree. How did you win the film festival, by the way? Did you win? Anything? Did you
I don't know yet. I don't find
out?
out until Wednesday.
Okay. All right. Well,
they're still doing all of their fun judging stuff, but it's just going to be great seeing a movie that I produced in a real movie theater.
Let me know if you win. We'll post it in the Discord. And speaking of the Discord, if you want to join our Discord and hang out with other queer witches who love tabletop role-playing games, plug.
I mean,
you can join us there.
I feel like we can post it whether she wins or not, but...
Yeah, I'm going to post it anyway. You're right. But that would be cool to make an announcement like, hey, there's also one. But yeah, anything you want to post, feel free. We'll ping people and we'll put it in the Discord. So in the meantime, we're just gonna raid Loveless X Spirit. I can make sure it's spelled correctly. And she's playing Elden Ring. Raid. Loveless X. That's Nelly's roommate. She's pretty cool. She just got a bird. It's cute. All right, everybody. So thank you. We'll see you back in 2 weeks. Back here for Heavensfire episode 2. Thank you all so much for staying up late with us to the pilot. This is not how I planned it, but this is cool anyway. This kind of worked out this way. I had no idea how you were going to react to this thing, and this is way beyond whatever I imagined. I thought we were going to go in a completely different direction. I thought you were going to be like, oh yeah, cool. All right, carrying on.
Nope.
So you defied my expectations in the best way possible. So thank you. And of course, thank you to Dork Tales and Kelly for the raid. My goodness. Wow. And thank you to all of our new followers and new friends and anyone that joins our Discord to hang out with other queer witches. We love you very much. We see you. And again, next games coming up on the calendar. We have Monday, the 17th is Stormwatch, episode 6 or 7. And we are continuing into the depths of Tilverton, in the sewers of Tilverton. And our next Heavensfire game is the 29th. Saturday, the 20... Nope. Hold on. Today's the 8th. It's the 8th, the 22nd. Yes, thank you. Saturday, the 22nd of October. I can read calendars and do math and look at a calendar and interpret it. October 22nd on Saturday. We'll be back here for episode 2 of Heavensfire Rekindled. Come hang out, pull more tarot cards, sow the seeds of chaos, and in the meantime, be gay, do crime. We'll see you in the Discord, and we'll see you for Stormwatch and for episode 2 of Heavensfire. Bye, everybody. Have a great night. Bye.
Bye.
Firing up the raid.